We're ready.
All right, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the August regular meeting of the New Hanover County Board of Education. I would like to call this meeting to order, and if we could start, just as a reminder, as a remote meeting for board members, all votes will be conducted via roll call, and if you are going to speak at any point during tonight's meeting, just make sure that you are saying your name as you get started, and we'll have to make sure that we're doing a good job of not talking to each other over the remote. It's a little bit different. So Ms. Bowie, if you could please call the roll.
Good afternoon. Ms. Adams.
Here.
Mr. Boyer. Ms. Justice.
Here.
Ms. Craybill.
Here. I'm here.
Mr. McManus. Mr. McManus.
He's muted.
Here, I'm sorry.
Ms. Walker.
Here.
And Mr. Wildebohr.
I am present.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Bowie. So we are starting our meeting off. This is the first with our revised agenda of a work session. So the first area that we are going to focus on are our board-related committees. And if Ms. Bowie, if you could please open up that item. So the reason this item is being listed for us to discuss during this work session, everybody on the board wants to make sure that our board committees are having impact, they are effective, and they are functioning in the way that they need to be functioning to best serve the district. And so just wanted to have a conversation this evening around the current board committees that we have, talk a little bit about how they are functioning, what we can possibly do better. And this is an opportunity for us to review if it is necessary to keep all the committees that we currently have. Are there some committees that we feel that we need to add? And we'll start from there. So let's just review this first document here, our board standing committees. Ms. Bowie, if you could just slide down that this is the policy. All right. So currently, according to policy, I believe that we have one of the issues that has been discovered is that the board policy versus some of the committees that we are currently utilizing are not included in the policy. So we need to take a look at this. The Budget Development Committee is one that we all serve on, which is an annual committee. Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee, Ms. Walker and Mr. McManus are currently serving on. Family Communications Committee, myself, Ms. Craybill. Student Scholarships for Future Teachers, that is a committee that we all serve on annually. Ms. Bowie, if you could go down a little bit further, please. And then the Policy Committee, Mr. Bollier, Ms. Craybill, and Mr. Wildebohr. And then Title IX is Ms. Walker and Ms. Craybill. So those are our standing board committees. So we'll do a quick review of those. And then additionally, we have advisory committees. Under the advisory committees, these are committees where we have a liaison, not necessarily a chair for the committee, and there's been some confusion around that. So I want to talk a little bit about the differences between the board standing committees and then the advisory committees. So under advisory, we have ACES, the Calendar Committee, Educator of the Year, Gifted Advisory Council, which I believe has a new name now. And then the third committee is ad hoc committees. The ad hoc committees are committees that when there is a specific issue or problem that has presented itself, it is something that we can address with a temporary ad hoc committee until a solution is reached. So let's just start there. If we could go to the other attachment, Ms. Bowie, that lists out the current committees and who is serving. All right, Ms. Craybill, I'm going to throw this to you because I'd like you to speak to, you've been a big advocate around standardizing some things. If you could just share some of your thoughts on some of the ideas that you have, and then I'll pass it around to other members of the board for your thoughts on ideas of how we can, for our Board of Education standing committees, how we could possibly improve on what we have.
Okay, thanks, Stephanie. So what I noticed when I first became on the board, actually before we even got on the board in our training, that in our training packet, that the committees, that information we got didn't align with our policy and didn't align with what was on our website. And 3 of them didn't even align.
I'm really having trouble hearing her.
Okay, hold on. Let me try this. How about this? Can you hear me?
Sounds really digitized.
It's
like
hard
it's
to, I'm
robotic.
not sure what you're saying.
Can you hear me now?
That's much better, whatever that you did.
I-
You need to
I
do
must
that.
be losing. I must be losing some charge on my headset. So, all right. So what I was saying, Judy, was that when we first got our training in our packet about board committees, I noticed that it didn't align with what was on our website, and also didn't align with what was in our policy. So, and specifically.
Yeah.
And specifically, what I was noticing is that some of the committees were not included on all 3 areas, and that there was pretty much a huge difference in how they were, I want to say, marketed on our website and in our policy, about saying some of the committees, had board members' names listed, some of them didn't, some of them had. They had our New Hanover County Schools subject matter expert listed. Some of them didn't. Some of them had descriptions. Some of them didn't. Some of them had community committee members listed. Some of them didn't. And then to me, there's a distinction between board advisory and board liaison, because some of them are internal, like we're the liaison to an internal committee. And an example of that would be the curriculum committee, Judy, that you're on. And the Parks and Rec committee that Pete is on would be an example of we're a liaison to an outside the board committee. So I just wanted to get, that language kind of, tightened up a little bit. And I also noted that in some of our committees, there's goals. Some of the committees, there's not. Some of our committees, we take minutes or group memory, and some of them we don't. Some committees use an application process for members. Some of them don't. And I just thought that it would make more sense if we had, for us to talk about, of course, but like a unified or similar application process where a person from the community or the school system, because, just because you're in the school system, I think that, they should be applying also, but so that we learn about the individual and what skills they bring and experience they bring to each of the committees. And then we're going to have to go back at some point and look at our policy so that we can put in policy that we actually have an application process, and how we go about doing that. So there was just a couple. There was kind of a lot that we needed to just tighten up on. So I, wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. And then we also need to at some point probably go back and just make sure we're all real familiar with the wording in the policy 2230, which addresses board committees, about what the chairperson's roles are, what each of our roles are, what the subject matter expert roles are. So that kind of stuff. So that's a lot. That's a lot to throw on the table.
An awful lot.
Ms. Craybill, if I can summarize the two big things that I pulled out of that. You would like to be able to have better definition of members versus liaisons. You would like a standardized you believe that we should have a standardized application process. Are
Yes.
those two of the big ones that would help, at least from the starting point?
Well, and I would like to add a third, that we come to some agreement that all of our committees will be advertised, if you will, in the same manner, with
Okay.
What the goal is, or what a description of the committee, and the goals of that committee. So everybody's
So
clear
that-
on what we're doing.
application process and marketing of that process, but then also establish mission and goals for all committees.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Would someone else like to speak some of their thoughts on the committee process or improvements needed? Ms. Walker, I saw you come off mute.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I had a couple of questions. We are on EDI. When I got on board, we were having 2 meetings a month, and that was, I think, due to a lot to COVID stuff. So we've gone back to 1, but we would like to have, it doesn't say anywhere in the policy about how many times we meet. I don't believe, I didn't read that. On the EDI, we'd like to have maybe a second meeting as a more informal subcommittee type of meeting. And I don't know how it works as far as like how many members constitute a quorum, or whether that, because I know committees are more informal than they are formal like we are, where we go by Robert's rules and, we have a whole list of policies that we follow. But in order for us to be a working committee, I think with all the things that we're dealing with EDI, we were considering having that second meeting kind of more a subcommittee informal, but I don't know what the rules were on that. And I don't know if we could clear that up, or whether it really, is it up to each chair of each committee to do that?
And Stephanie, I have the same, we've had the same discussion, on Title IX as well. Like what is considered an open meeting? Are our subcommittees open meetings and all that? So all of those things that go around with what you just said.
Can I make a comment here?
Yes, Ms. Justice.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms. Justice.
These committees serve a variety of purposes. They can't be a one thing fits all. And that's what I think you're seeing with all the different descriptions. For example, on an advisory committee, they're the ones that select the members, not the board. We're just sitting there as an advisor. Then when you have a committee like the like the EDI committee, that's something that the board has put together. And so, yeah, we're going to be making our rules. Another thing that I heard when she was going through her descriptions, it sounds like, if anything, there seems to be an inconsistency in the website description. That can be cleaned up by a certain person somewhere, by designating them and going through the process of gathering information after you set up a criteria if you're going to put that on our website. So there's several things. There is a lot. We do need more uniformity as far as language goes, but as far as unifying all the different committees because of the different types, that just won't work because one size won't fit all. But there are things that need to be shored up for sure.
Thank you, Ms. Justice. So are there, you mentioned the website descriptions specifically are part of that process. So far I have defining members versus liaisons, roles and responsibilities, application process and marketing of that process, mission and goals for committees, common process, is it understanding, should we be common or do we need to be different based on the committee needs? Website description, anyone else, their thoughts on our current structure and concerns that they have about updates or edits that are necessary?
Well, I just wanted to say, and no, Stephanie Walker, sorry. I just wanted to say, we do have that one meeting a month. Most of the committees do, and Judy's right. We all are not one size fits all because, EDI has a lot more members than other committees do. I just want to make sure that when we're meeting, we're doing it the way we're supposed to. The one meeting we have a month, the first Monday, is usually our main meeting. But members would like to go back to a more informal second meeting, which is, we have several little subcommittees that do work. And I just want to make sure that it's okay to do that, because the first one's open to the public. I intended to have them in person again, and hopefully that will happen next time. So I guess, is it up to the chair to kind of set some of these rules? It's not clear in the main body of the policy. So I just want to make sure that's okay and we're doing it right. That makes sense. Any clarification, please ask.
So what my experience has been is that we have, as a committee, have worked to establish some of those expectations. When we reestablished the Family Communications Committee, the committee as a whole talked about how often did we want to meet, what was going to be the structure of those meetings. And Mr. Shive, if you want to chime in here based on our policy, what that is expected to look like, how the process for each committee should be set up.
So in terms of the open meetings question, as you know, meetings of committees recognized, established by the board are open meetings and are required to be open under the law. In terms of subcommittees, your policy doesn't really contemplate subcommittees. I think we want to talk about what exactly goes on in those meetings, how many people are there. We might not need to call it a subcommittee if it's just a couple members of the committee getting together to talk about, business, and that's probably not an open meeting. If you've got, a quorum of that committee regularly meeting and the board has in some way acknowledged that committee or subcommittee, then that could be an open meeting. So we might want to think about that. The other thing that I heard you all talking about was differences between liaisons and committee members. And tell me if I understand correctly that you would contemplate board members being liaisons with respect to advisory committees and members with respect to the standing committees. Is that right?
Correct.
And
Yes.
so, okay. And so you're talking about perhaps making a policy change where the liaison role would be defined more clearly. And I'm thinking, and tell me if I'm wrong, that would basically be that for those advisory committees, board members there are more in a listening capacity as opposed to kind of running the meeting and controlling the business of the meeting. Is that right?
Yeah, as members, we're like members, and then we advise when they ask, and then we bring back with information.
Bring back to the full board as
Yeah.
opposed to running the meeting. I think that makes sense.
Oh, yeah, we're members of the group.
So right now, that's,
Stephanie, I have my hand. How do we raise our hands to be recognized other than raising my hand in front of your face? How do you want us to do that so that we don't hop on top of each other?
it would be easier to put it into the chat because I can't see all of the windows right now. I have to.
Okay, I didn't know we were using chat. Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All right, not a problem. So I wanted to address Colin's question, is that we're not really talking about general members. We're talking about the as far as the committees go that are in the advisory capacity, it is the board member that is been named to that committee by you / board chair. And it's my understanding, and maybe this is where we're wrong, is that we are a participating member of that committee. We are just not responsible for running the meeting, setting the agendas, and accountable directly for the outcomes. That is the responsibility of the New Hanover County Schools subject matter expert who is charged with running that meeting. So that's what my impression was. So if that's not right, then we need to have that clarified. And then when we are a liaison to the outside committees like the Hannah Block and the Parks and Rec and those kind of committees, that our board member is there to pretty much listen, but to represent the interest of the school system. So is that not right?
Are you talking about committees that are not Board of Education committees?
Yes. We only have several Board of Education committees, and that's what the advisory status is. Are those really Board of Education committees, or are those just committees that a Board of Education member has been assigned to? Because if you read what the few that do have descriptions, it tells what that committee is supposed to be doing and who is supposed to be on it. And we're just one, person named on that. So we're not responsible for the outcomes. We're responsible for listening and reporting back. But on the other committees, outside committees, we're on it, but only representing the interests of the school system, really not to do anything.
Right. So if it's an outside committee, something not listed in our policy, then yes, you're a liaison. That's not a meeting noticed by the Board of Education. That's a totally separate meeting. The advisory committees that you have listed in your policy, those are committees that we have established, and we've set the parameters of those committees and stated, the terms by which board members will be participating.
Yeah, but all right. So here's what my question is, and maybe this is what I wanted to ask, Dr. Faust or you, where it says under B, the board will also form advisory committees for specific purposes. And But when you read about what the advisory committees do, they're just making recommendations to the board, but it's not really a board-led anything. You know, we've just basically invited ourselves to be on committees that the school system already has. Is that not right?
Not necessarily. Look at ACES well, it's not ACES anymore. That name has changed, but some of the advisory committees.
ACES is still listed, Judy. ACES is still listed.
We changed the name last year, and that's why we need to change it in our documentation.
Okay, okay.
But because it was getting too confused with other ACES. I don't want to go into that right now, but the point is that's an advisory committee that was originally put together or promoted by the school board itself. It became part of the Exceptional Children's Department, and the parents needed it, and they're part of it. And so we're there in the sense we created it, but we've stepped back now and they're running it. So, I mean, each one of these, like the Hannah block, that's a totally separate thing and we're on it. There's a variety of things going on. You can't cut every one of because of the circumstances.
I just feel like we need more definition, that's all.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely room for more conversation here. I feel like this is looking at the policy of our committee creation process, and I almost would suggest an ad hoc to tackle this as far as the process and what could fit into that and what couldn't. So that's just something to throw out there as an option. What I would like to just ask of the board, one of the committees that I would like to see as a standing committee that we currently don't have, but I feel is very important, is a legislative committee. We have not, in my time here on the board, that is something that a lot of other boards of education have, and they are the group that looks at the items that are going on at the state level, working with, I know we all talk with our elected representatives from the House and the Senate and our county commissioners, you know, as much as possible, but I do think that there is value in a legislative committee to have one or two board members that serve as our, you know, state rep to make sure that the needs of our schools, our students are being heard consistently, and also to follow the updates that are going very closely to help inform the board. We all get emails about the different legislative actions that are happening, but I think it's also good to have someone that's really holding responsibility for it to make sure, hey, this one's really big, are we talking about this? So that's just the thought. I feel like we should have a legislative committee. I'm curious if there are any other committees that board members feel would be necessary. Yes, Ms. Craybill, I see your hand.
So we do need to add in under the advisory committees, the School Health Advisory Committee called SHAC, because our policy 8720, which is now, let me find it, it's 6140. It says that a school board member will be on that. So that one needs to be listed in there somewhere. And then I didn't know, and in our policy, we don't have the curriculum committee listed at all. So we'll need to add that. And I didn't know if we needed to, since we work so closely with DC Virgo, if we needed to have an advisory committee or advisory person, you know, on that.
So Ms. Craybill, as a member of the policy committee, that sounds like that's a policy change first off. If we don't have SHAC on there and curriculum committee, those would need to be added to our current policy. Is that something that we can send to the policy committee to discuss?
Well, yeah, and I don't, Pete, you know, you can jump into it. I don't see a problem with us trying to draft something, you know, based on what we've heard today, and then working on it at the policy committee, because then at our policy committee meetings, we have, you know, the whole senior staff is part of that and can give their input then. Pete, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think that, you know, if we have the opportunity to make it better, make it tighter. And, you know, I also like the idea of the legislative committee. I think that'd be a great thing, so we can be right on top of the things, you know, that are coming down, and where we can also voice our concerns and our requests up to the state. So I think that's a great idea.
Okay. Any other comments or suggestions before we close this conversation?
So it's my understanding that we will bring it back to the policy committee, and I'll discuss it with Nelson when he gets back, that, see, we haven't noticed the meeting for August the 10th, so we could put it on that, or, you know, at least for initial discussion, and see what we can bring back out of that for our August 17th meeting or our September meeting.
Great. And in the meantime, I believe this would be Mr. Smith, to you and your department. Can we make sure that our website committees are updated properly with the members? Because I'm looking at the printout right now, and I know that some of these are out of date. Would that be you to help get us situated with the website and corrected?
Yes, that's correct. Happy to provide those corrections or make those corrections online, and the answer is yes.
Great, thank you. So that's a good start. So we'll start with the policy committee with updating a few of the ones that need to be included, and we will go from there, and with the possibility, I think, maybe of an ad hoc to look at the process overall to be able to move into 2022 with a more effective committee process. Thank you. All right, that was our first work session. That was effective.
Ms.
Yes.
Ms. Adams, I had a
yes,
question,
Ms. Walker.
just for clarification on what work sessions are meant to do. I know that something got added to it, but I just thought work sessions were a general time for us to be discussing things that were coming up before the meeting, maybe on the agenda, or ways that we can save time on our agenda coming up. Is that, we never really defined what they were. And so I wouldn't mind talking about that to see if we can establish some kind of norm when it comes to work sessions.
Sure.
Does anybody have any thoughts?
So to the committee that brought the work sessions forward on the agenda discussion, would anyone like to speak to that? Ms. Justice?
Yeah, that would be me. Yeah, that's exactly, Ms. I was rather surprised to see this work session. First of all, I think it's a great idea. We just talked about the committees, because that is something we need to. But I was under the impression that that would be the kind of thing that you'd put on the agenda and have a second and then do what we just did. And that's what I thought this work session was about, was to be agenda items, discussions, if they did need a vote that day, so that we would be not talking about it during the regular session and spending that time when we could be doing it for other things. And the same situation, and I'm sorry, guys, the same situation as far as other items. So we didn't intend it to bring brand new topics and then work on them when we were in the ad hoc committee. That was not what our understanding was or what our recommendation was. I think today was very productive, but in the future, could we maybe define that we should do it according to the agenda items, or, you know, possibly ones that we will be working on in the future that we've already discussed and know are coming down the line, instead of brand new topics just thrown out there, because this time was to be used to shorten our meetings, not to just add more stuff on. Now, if this had been suggested as an agenda item and then a second, then this would have, you know, that's what we were expecting.
Ms. Craybill, comments?
Yes. So it was my understanding from all of our discussion that the work session items were there to definitely streamline our meetings, but to talk about topics that would be coming up. But nothing that would be voted on during the meeting that followed the work session, because we all agreed, and correct me if I'm wrong, we all agreed that we weren't going to be work sessioning and then having a discussion and a vote at the meeting, at the board meeting that the work session was a part of, so that everybody had a chance to ask questions of whoever is presenting the information, kind of like what we just did here today. And then we go off and we do whatever research that we need to do so that we are ready to actually have a vote at the next following meeting, whether it be interim or whether it be regular board meeting. And so just for the record, I did ask for this topic to be put on a work session and I had a second. So I don't think that handling a work session should be any different than handling an agenda item. But this is also an opportunity for Dr. Faust and his senior staff to give us some pre-information about programs and protocols and things that are coming up, so that we can think about them, digest them, and then be ready to have votes at the following meeting. That was my understanding. So, and I think Mr. Wildeboer might have been part of that discussion as well, so he might want to jump in.
Well, can I finish though about from the ad hoc committee? Basically, we're saying the same thing. It's the way it's presented. Because it was either from, the staff, senior staff want to present us things we will be looking at later on, or it would be agenda items that we needed more information on. It's just a matter of presenting this as an agenda item in the meeting before, so we would have known it was coming up, not just throw it on there.
I think that being that this was the first one, I think we're still getting our sea legs underneath us. Yeah, I think we'll get into a cadence of how this works. The conversation that kept coming up was the board wants to talk about things that we're not acting on and there's never time to do it. And so that's another piece of this too, is it's an opportunity to discuss topics that do not necessarily need immediate action. So I think this was a productive discussion. I think it definitely got us started. I want to keep us on time tonight. And so I am going to close this discussion and we're going to go ahead and move on with the rest of our agenda. The next item on our agenda is our invocation. Unfortunately, due to we've had a conflict with our group that was supposed to come. New Beginnings Church was supposed to, I believe, was supposed to be our officiant this evening for the invocation. They are unavailable, unfortunately. So I would like to start this meeting with just a moment of silence. If we could all just close our eyes, and we will be back in just a minute. Thank you. And we look forward to having New Beginnings at an upcoming board meeting again. So we will make sure that we get that rescheduled. All right, the next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. And so if please turn to whatever flag may be in your home. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next up is the approval of the agenda. I would like to first start, due to the fact that we moved to remote, I would like to ask for a motion to pull the recognition item off of tonight's agenda. We want to make sure that Ms. Kennedy, who is being recognized this evening, gets her due in front of an audience when we have an in-person meeting. So I'd like to call for a motion to remove recognition off of tonight's agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Was it Mr. Wildebohr?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wildebohr, so moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second by Ms. Craybill.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry.
Aye.
Roll call. Ms. Bowie?
Miss Adams,
Aye.
Miss Justice, Miss Justice,
Sorry. Aye.
Miss Craybill,
Aye.
Mr. McManus,
Aye.
Miss Walker,
Aye.
and Mr. Wildebohr.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Recognition item has been removed, 6-0. Are there any other additions or deletions for the agenda? Motions.
Miss Adams?
Oh, yes.
Stephanie
Ms.
Walker. Yeah, I would like to make a motion to add policy 2310 to the agenda, please.
Right. Under what part of the agenda?
Well, it's, I guess, your choice, Mr. It's your choice. I mean, I would guess, let me see. I wasn't being cute. I meant it was your choice. I guess old business.
Old business? All right.
Yes, ma'am.
There is a motion to add a discussion around policy 2320 to the agenda. Motion from Ms.
2310.
Sorry, I wrote it down wrong. 2310.
Okay.
First from Ms. Walker, is there a second?
Justice, second.
Ms. Justice, thank you very much. Any discussion?
Yes, what is the title of that policy for those of people at home who don't know?
Public participation at board meetings.
And okay.
All right, any other discussion?
I know we've talked about it before, and we need to go ahead and I think resolve instead of talking around it as a group.
I was just going to suggest, I mean, discussion is for later. I think this is just for approving it to be on the agenda, right?
Yes.
Or
So we
not?
should.
Okay, is that okay?
All right.
I mean,
So there's a motion and a second to add a discussion around policy 2310 under old business. Ms. Bowie, could you please call the roll?
Ms. Adams,
Aye.
Ms. Justice,
Aye.
Ms. Craybill,
Aye.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
yes.
and Mr. Wildebohr.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Item is agended. Agenda item is added to old business. Yes, Ms. Craybill.
So I noticed that it's already on our agenda, the closed session that is following, but I didn't know if we needed to make a note that our policy 2330, we inadvertently left off of closed session when we added work session.
Mhm.
So I didn't know if we needed to officially say, let's put the closed session in, and then also to add a closed session to the end of the meeting after announcements. So is that two?
So the closed session at the beginning of the meeting has been noticed, but yes, we do need to add an additional closed session for today. So at the end. So if you would like to make that motion, that would be great.
Okay, add it to the, add an additional closed session to the end of the meeting after announcements.
All right, so the motion is to add an additional closed session after announcements. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank
Mr.
you, Mr.
Wildebohr.
Wildebohr. Any discussion?
Yes, Ms. Adams, Stephanie Walker.
Yes,
I know that we approved, I think we discussed that we had approved our new agenda format last time, adding the work session that we had inadvertently forgot to put closed session in there. Is that what this is meant to do, or is this an additional closed session?
This is an additional closed session.
Okay. Was there any issue with not having that on that format that we chose last time, or is that something
No.
we don't need to do?
No, our policy allows for us to add closed session if necessary.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Bowie, could you call the roll, please?
Ms. Adams,
Aye.
Ms. Justice,
Aye.
Ms. Craybill,
Aye.
Mr. McManus,
Aye.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
and Mr. Wildebohr.
Yes.
All right, closed session is added to the end of the meeting. Is there anything else for the agenda before we vote to approve the agenda? Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda with the additions that have been added?
So move, McManus.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Is there a second?
Second, Wildebohr.
Judy, Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. I think you got it first. Any other discussion? Ms. Bowie, could you please call the roll?
Ms. Adams,
Aye.
Ms. Justice,
Aye.
Ms. Craybill,
Aye.
Mr. McManus,
Aye.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
and Mr. Wildebohr.
Yes.
All right, agenda is approved. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is a closed session. Sorry, gotta pull up my, there we go. Thank you, Ms. Bowie. Oops, let me pull that up really fast. All right, the next item is a closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11, A1, 3, and 6, to consider personnel matters and to maintain the confidentiality of personnel records under North Carolina General Statutes 115C-319 and -321, to prevent the disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act 20 U.S.C. 1232G, to consult with the board's attorney to preserve attorney-client privilege information, including in the case captioned John Doe v. New Hanover County Board of Education et al., New Hanover County Superior Court Case number 19-CVS-2745. Do I hear a motion?
Motion, Stephanie Craybill.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill. Is there a second?
Second, Stephanie Walker.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any discussion? Ms. Bowie, could you please call the roll?
Ms. Adams,
Aye.
Ms. Justice,
Aye.
Ms. Craybill,
Aye.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
and Mr. Wildebohr.
Yes.
Motion passes. We are in closed session. Thank you very much. We will be back soon.
Ready when you are.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Baggy. All right, welcome back. We have our 6 board members back in attendance and Dr. Faust and his senior staff. We are going to continue with our agenda. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes. And these minutes are from June 14th, June 30th, and July 20th. These were all special board meetings. Do I hear a motion to approve all 3?
So moved, Stephanie Craybill.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill. Is there a second?
Second, McManus.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Any discussion?
Ms. Adams, do we have them, are the minutes included in there, the Cape Fear Board of Trustees meeting too? I wasn't sure
Forget
if those were included or we just haven't done that yet.
I don't think those have been completed yet.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Any other questions? All right, Ms. Bowie, if you could please call the roll.
Miss Adams,
Aye.
Miss Justice,
Aye.
Miss Craybill,
Aye.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
Miss Walker,
Yes.
and Mr. Wildebohr.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Minutes are approved, 6-0. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the call to the audience. Due to the fact that this meeting was moved to remote, I would just like to quickly address and thank the public for their flexibility with this change. It was for the safety of our community, our staff, and our board members. And we appreciate those that have been able to flex and record messages for this evening's call to the audience. So Ms. Bowie, if you could set us up for our first phone calls.
Thank you. Our first call to the audience will be from Sandy Isles.
Hello, my name is Sandy Isles. Tonight you will be voting to either uphold the rights of all children to receive a safe, free, appropriate public education, or you will vote to prioritize choice. Our General Assembly legislated that all schools should be safe. No one has the right to make schools unsafe because they don't want to wear a mask. Mature leaders do not make decisions based on what they want, but based on what is necessary and right. And schools have the responsibility to put necessary safety protocols in place. Mask wearing is the most equitable, inclusive, effective, and least complex solution to protecting and educating all children, regardless of race, disability, or economic status. Mask wearing prevents quarantines and lost instructional time. Mask wearing keeps our kids in school. New Hanover County Schools states that in-person education is fundamental to a child's development and well-being, which is why you are not offering a remote learning option this year. Also, our mission states that you will deliver a superior education in a safe and positive learning environment. You cannot provide a superior education if you remove masks. This will intentionally create a chaotic and disruptive learning environment. It will increase quarantines and kids will be forced out of the classroom. We don't even have a remote learning option for kids in quarantine. We must do everything possible to keep kids in the classroom so that they can learn. Requiring masks prevent COVID transmission, keeps our kids in school, and allows them to learn. It also protects their federally mandated right to a free, appropriate public education. Please protect that right. Thank you.
Next, we have Christina Mercier.
Hello, my name is Christina Mercier, and I want to talk about masks in school for the fall. I am a teacher and am vaccinated, and I originally hoped we could drop the mask mandate for this school year. However, the recent surge in cases in the Delta variant has changed all that. I want the mask mandate to remain in place for the foreseeable future. The year-round schools in the area that have returned with relaxed standards are seeing clusters of cases and quarantines. This is simply not the time to drop the masks. As of Monday, August 2nd, New Hanover County has a high COVID transmission rate and close to an 8% positivity rate, and that's climbing. The surrounding counties have higher positivity rates, almost 16% for both Brunswick and Pender. And we know the virus doesn't understand county lines. When we were faced with this data last year, the board chose to keep students fully remote, which isn't an option this year. So what can we do? We can keep masks for all. Yes, most people find them annoying, but they are the simplest way to protect everyone. Please do not make it a family option. As an educator, I can foresee the issue it will cause in schools at all grade levels. There will be time wasted dealing with arguments over why you should or shouldn't be wearing a mask. This is an issue that should not be politicized. You only need to look at data and listen to medical professionals to know that keeping the mask mandate is the correct course. As a vaccinated adult, I know I would not want to be responsible for carrying the virus to a child who is too young to be vaccinated yet. I will wear the mask to protect others because it is the right thing to do. Please do not allow New Hanover County schools to become like surrounding counties with their exploding positivity rates. Let's keep everyone safe so we can stay in school this year. Keep the mask, at least for the foreseeable future. Thank you. Hello, my name is Christina Mercer.
Our next caller is Veronica McLaurin Brown.
This is Veronica McLaurin Brown with Love Our Children. A consistent, clear, and child-centered discipline policy is needed to stop the harm that suspensions do to our 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children. We need a discipline policy that establishes excellence as a standard. Let's call it a gold standard for our children. A gold standard policy keeps ages 4 through 7 in school when they make mistakes such as stomping their feet, crossing their arms, and yelling, "I don't want to sit down, leave me alone." The gold standard policy would apply to every single classroom in every single school, and it would help ensure more equitable and equal treatment for all of our students. A gold standard discipline policy is the correct tool, the right tool for educators to use to keep students in the classroom. A gold standard policy would provide more time for teachers to nurture and teach children. Sometimes adults at all levels in our school system make mistakes. We don't suspend them. We provide them with additional resources and support to help them become highly qualified educators. Why don't we do the same thing for our 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children when they make mistakes in our classroom? Suspensions harm our children, especially our youngest learners. Stop the harm. Change the New Hanover County School suspension policy to read, suspensions will not be used as a consequence for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old students except for weapons, drugs, or serious bodily harm. Love our children. End suspensions for ages 4 through 7. Do it now. Thank you.
Next, we have Janae Von Hassel.
Hello, this is Janae Von Hassel, and I'm calling regarding the August board meeting on the mask mandates for school. Calling to speak on behalf of some of our special needs children in favor of choice. Reason being, specifically for my son, who is 9 years old and non-speaking, with his greatest deficits being in his social emotional development. And I've had several speech pathologists and developmental pediatricians who have shared with me the impact this is having on kids like my son, who are not able to see, pick up on social cues, see faces, see lips and mouths moving, the impact this is having on speech therapy and the lack of progress children are making. Many children, specifically like my son, with these greater deficits, who are unable to see faces, see how the mouth forms to create words, and he's lost 18 months of being able to have, being able to see faces and having the appropriate type of connection with his teachers and therapists and other classmates. So I understand that we have huge safety concerns here. However, we've seen science is dictating through other counties and through all of the data that's being collected that the greatest strength is in screening and in keeping sick children away from the school and not in the mask wearing within the schools. So I think that being really casual about this and assuming that it's just not a big deal for kids to wear the mask is a concern we really need to look at. It is a big deal for some of the kids, not only wearing them, but having everyone in their presence wearing them. It is definitely impacting their...
Next, we have Deborah Abel.
My name is Deborah Abel. I'm a retired New Hanover County teacher and community member. I'm asking the New Hanover County School Board to vote in favor of mandatory masks for everyone, students, educators, and visitors to the buildings for the fall semester of 2021. Please listen to and follow the recommendations of our state leadership, as well as the American Association of Pediatrics and the CDC. Please do not deny the science and the professionals who have dedicated their lives to studying public health and safety. We all know our children under the age of 12 are not yet eligible for vaccinations. This puts them directly in harm's way when asked to return to the classroom without masks. Children do, in fact, get sick from COVID, and they are spreaders of the virus. You're setting up a breeding ground for the Delta variant to spread rapidly through our county schools and through our communities. This is basic science, and it doesn't take a PhD to comprehend. Please do not deny science and do not put our children, teachers, parents, and community at risk. Please make an intelligent, science-based decision. Vote to start the fall 2021 semester with mandatory masks. Thank you.
Our next message is from Loretta Stackhouse.
My name is Loretta Stackhouse. I am speaking in support of ending school suspensions for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children. Webster defines school as an institution for educating children, a center for learning. Learning requires teaching. Teach, to show or explain how to do something. Learn, to gain knowledge or skill in something. Being taught. In the teaching, showing, and explaining process for learning to take place, mistakes and mishaps will occur. When these occur or mishaps occur in the learning process, teaching, showing, explaining must be repeated. On occasion, changes are made in teaching method. Different examples may be used in hopes of making concepts more understandable. Similar changes should be made when teaching social skills and unacceptable behavior occurs. Consequences to these actions are required. As with teaching methods, alternatives to suspension exist. Suspending students and sending them home interrupts the learning process. Suspensions interrupt successful learning. Suspensions set students up for failure. Unacceptable behavior is a teachable moment. End school suspension of 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children now. Alternative to suspensions exist. Thank you.
Our next caller is Francesca Vernon.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Faust. I am a parent of a rising fourth grader. My name is Francesca Vernon. I know you are hearing from very passionate people about how best to return to school. Today, I am asking you not to listen to us. Listen and follow the recommendations of the Strong Schools Toolkit and the American Academy of Pediatrics. I really hoped this fall would be so much more normal for our children. Our health department states that we have 6.3% positive and rising. Over the last week, there have been 334 new cases of COVID-19. One dashboard notes over 400 cases in the last week. From Public Health Director David Howard, we've seen our local percent positivity testing rate go from 1.7% at the end of June to 5% at the end of July. Reported new cases over the last week have more than doubled over last week's case count, which also showed increasing trends week over week. Our county metrics have taken a sharp turn in the wrong direction, and we need to prevent this from continuing. As you know, children under 12 are not yet eligible for the vaccine. My pediatrician sent out information stating, "We know that the constant change in guidance and recommendations is exhausting and at times confusing. Based on this current surge and available guidance, we strongly recommend that all children K-12 are masked during the day and during any indoor activities." I don't like these statistics, but that does not keep them from being fact. I go back over and over to the fact that pediatricians, the medical experts on our children, who have no benefit from getting involved politically or otherwise, agree that this is the way to keep our children and more vulnerable populations safe. So please, listen to the experts.
Samantha Bunge. Our next caller is Peter Rawich.
This is Peter Rawich. Ms. Varnum will be speaking about her school plan for the management of student behavior tonight. I heard a brief preview of it last week. I expect she'll be talking about breaking down assumptions. When there is problematic behavior in the classroom, we assume sometimes that the children are being disrespectful, or they haven't been taught better, or they're not using the skills they have, when in fact, they may be seeking attention or trying to gain power or control, or they're avoiding something they find displeasurable. The fact is, we don't have any bad 4, 5, 6, or 7-year-olds. We have young children who need our love and support. Suspending them from school just harms them. Using Ms. Varnum's plan, there are clear alternatives to suspensions, and our youngest learners can begin to receive the support they need on the first day of school. Her team-based school improvement plan has educators creating a culture of high expectations, providing engaging learning activities, and building social and emotional competencies that we can't assume all young children already have. The Board of Education can revise Policy 4300 tonight and end school suspensions for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children, except for the possession of weapons or drugs or a violent offense. The school teams are being trained this week. Alternatives to suspensions are being put in place. End suspensions now, before the schools reopen. Thank you.
Gail Major. Our next caller is Barbara Garrow.
Hi, my name is Barbara Garrow. I am talking about 9B and 12A. 9B is School Plan for Management of Student Behavior, and 12A is Masking Protocol. Ending school suspensions for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds, except for drugs, guns, or very violent behavior, prevents a scar of rejection that can last a lifetime. Requiring masks for students, staff, and administration is also preventative and can save a life. Thank you very much.
Our next caller is Angie Caney.
While the Vice Chair falsely claimed that there were no public concerns with Policy 5120, we beg to differ. An entire press conference was held last week just before the remote meeting to share those concerns. The board chose not to attend and ignore the public once again. How can we share concerns when you won't listen or even respond to emails? And now you refuse to allow the public to speak or even attend your meetings? Yes, Nelson, we have concerns with Policy 5120 and the fact that our students are interrogated without their parents present. We have concerns with this policy being used to target specific students and pave that pipeline to prison, and we have concerns with equity, inclusion, and safety in our schools. We also have concerns with the time and resources being wasted to target and retaliate against advocates for simply sharing those concerns. This week's false accusations against activists for encouraging peaceful protests and attempting to educate the public was absurd and showed your lack of integrity and leadership. Nice try, but last time I checked, holding public officials accountable was not illegal. We will not be scared into silence so that you can make decisions in your secret meetings that are not in the best interest of our children. Based on the sheer hostility and aggression by other groups that some of you encourage as they attack our LGBTQ and students of color, our voices are needed now more than ever. Do not think it has gone unnoticed that you've put victims of sexual assault through reliving their pain once again this week in your heartless mediation. If you put forth half the effort to protect children from predators that you do in your attention-seeking wolf cry to protect yourselves, well, we might be making progress. You claim that we are dangerous, yet it is board members like Adams and Crable who have placed a target on the backs of victims by publicly blaming and shaming them, putting their safety at risk. It's been almost 3 years of being patient and waiting for you to find your moral compass and protect children. We are growing tired of waiting. Thank you.
Our next caller is Josie Barnhart.
Hi, my name is Josie Barnhart, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Math Choice for Parents this school year. The biggest part of child development, and particularly in our young people, we need to have a good understanding of both the mental state of mind and academic growth for our kids to be healthy. North Carolina is required by state law to focus on our kids' social and emotional needs, and when you use a mask, that is ignoring what some of our kids are needing. Parents have the right to access their own child's risk and make the decision that best suits them. On July 14th, I wrote a petition, which I've been shared with you guys, as well as all over social media, about parental voice in public schools. Tonight, I'd like to read off those things. Number 1, mass choice. Number 2, the parents are responsible for COVID testing and vaccination, not the schools. Number 3, parents are called prior to a child being questioned by law enforcement. Number 4, parents are allowed to demand unbiased teaching. Number 5, the right to know when a student will be surveyed in class and have the option to potentially opt out. And number 6, parents should be able to see all SEL lessons and content prior to teacher implementation and allow opt-out of those lessons. As of August 2nd, this petition has over 1,000 signatures. I care about our kids, our teachers, and our staff. I'm going to continue to engage with you and stand up for my kids because they are my most valuable asset. Tonight, I ask that you vote for mask optional in New Hanover County and allow parents to choose what best fits their overall child's needs and not for you to decide for them. Thank you.
Casey Brown, Mac Coyle. Our next caller will be from Leslie Posey.
Good evening, Dr. Faust and members of the board. This is Leslie Posey. First, I want to commend you for holding this meeting virtually. I believe it shows your dedication to the health of our community. Second, I would like to read you parts of a news article regarding a piece of legislation. These are uncomfortable and restrictive. This House bill is a pretty good lesson in mass hysteria created by corporate-controlled media. Anyone who votes for this should be recalled. Although these sound recent, they are actually arguments from the 1980s opposing seatbelt laws. Do you wear a seatbelt? Does that seatbelt restrict your rights? Of course not. Seatbelts save lives. Masks are the new seatbelts. We know they save lives when everyone wears them consistently. Some facts. Kids are not immune to the Delta variant. There are already hundreds quarantined or hospitalized. On Friday, UNCW announced that masks will be mandatory inside all buildings. The Delta variant of COVID is contagious. You can catch it by walking past an infected person if you are not masked. The ongoing research I referenced last month showed a 1,600% increase in COVID DNA levels in the New Hanover County sewage in the last 2 weeks. Finally, many people think that there have been so many changes in mask recommendations, it means that scientists don't know what they're doing. I would like you to remember, science is not the truth. Science is finding the truth. When science changes its information, it didn't lie to you, it learned more. The most recent science shows that we can control the Delta variant by wearing a mask. Please keep our children safe by instituting this policy. Thank you.
Next up, we have Misty Smith.
My name is Misty Smith. I am a mama to 3 kids, 2 of which are old enough to be in our school system. I know y'all are super tired of getting my emails because I am super tired of sending them. But I'm calling to ask you to make masks optional for this school year. I have a little 6-year-old. She's very shy and quiet. And all last year, her teacher would write home on her progress report, "Please help her to speak up. It's so hard to hear her when she's trying to talk to me in the classroom. But it's hard enough just to get her to speak out at all, much less speak louder. She's not like her mama." And then I have my 8-year-old, and she has glasses. And she was so uncomfortable with the mask and the glasses and the fogging and the just shifting the mask and just so uncomfortable. She's so distracted with the mask. She had a really hard time focusing on what her teacher was teaching her last year. These are my children, no one else's. I should have the right to decide what is best for them. It's no one else's decision. Every mama and daddy should have the right to make the best choice for their child. So do the right thing and vote masks optional for our county so that we can make the best choice for our children. Thank you.
Our next caller is Catherine Harrelson.
I'm calling tonight to respectfully request that the board vote to make masks mandatory for all staff and students upon the return to school. Please follow the guidelines and recommendations of the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, the U.S. Department of Education, the ABC Science Collaborative, as well as local pediatricians who all strongly recommend that all children in grades K through 12 wear masks during the school day to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. With the current surge we are seeing, a mask mandate is the best way to control the spread of the virus within our schools and to minimize the need for quarantines. A main goal for this school year should be to ensure that all students get maximum in-person instructional time. If masks are not mandated, we will have many students coming to school unmasked. If those students test positive, all students and staff with exposure to the unmasked students will have to quarantine regardless of whether or not the exposed individuals were masked. There is no remote learning option planned for this school year. If we have hundreds of students in quarantine for multiple days or weeks at a time, how will those students learn? How will they access the lessons they missed? How will they make up the instructional time that they have lost? Union County Charter School in Monroe recently returned to school without a mask optional policy, and because of the no masking, they have 150 plus students and staff in quarantine. School leaders said that if a mask mandate had been in place last week, that number would just be those who had tested positive. They will be requiring masks going forward, but the loss of instructional time for so many could have been easily avoided. Please listen to the experts, consider the current surge in cases, look to the schools who have made the mistake of going back to school without a mask mandate, and make the right choice for New Hanover County students, staff, and our entire community. Thank you.
Our next caller is Sarah Corey.
My name is Sarah Corey, and my 2 children attend a New Hanover County elementary school. When school begins on August 23rd, I want my children wearing masks. But this is my choice. My husband and I make decisions for our children. With masks optional, my children can wear a mask. So can any teacher, staff member, or student if they choose to do so. I am a pediatric speech therapist, and I believe mask wearing can interfere with effective communication and learning in a variety of ways. We have nearly 2,000 teachers and TAs in our district. They should be considered the authority on how masks can be problematic in the classroom. Have their individual voices been heard? I understand teachers may want to be anonymous, but surveys can gather information about the effects of masks in our schools. Have you done this? The board has a freedom to make decisions that are best for our district. You need to decide at every meeting if the mask policy should change. Currently, the district's website fails to provide detailed information about COVID infection rates. Individual school enrollment and staffing levels are not provided. Therefore, there is no context for the case numbers. And why not differentiate student cases from staff cases? Our district is so large, so breaking down this information will not violate privacy if it is grouped into elementary, middle, and high school totals. You had a very hard decisions to make during the beginning of last school year when so little was known and we didn't have a vaccine. But this school year can be different. Please make masks optional for all county teachers, staff, and students. Teachers can maintain a simple daily record of who is wearing a mask. When cases occur, this record would shed light on the health benefits of masks. Thank you.
CJ Brown. Our next call is from Katie Gates.
Hello, Board. This is Katie Gates. Since our cultural climate has been very divided and outspoken, let's look to some inspiration from a document that unified our nation at its birth. The Declaration of Independence states that governments were instituted among men to protect our rights and freedoms, not hinder them. Government derives their just power from the consent of the governed. That is the consent of we the people. Well, we the people of New Hanover County want a choice. We want health freedom for our children. Health freedom means the right to wear a mask or not, to be vaccinated or not. And the COVID-19 virus has an overall survivability of 98.23% across all age groups. And children survive the virus 99.985% of the time. During the last school year, 900,000 North Carolina students were studied, and only 23 cases of COVID were noted. So incidence of the disease among children is very low. Masks need to be optional. If masks solved our COVID problem when we shut down last year and everyone had to wear masks, then the virus should have been eliminated, but it wasn't. Likely people are confused because the CDC flip-flopped on mask effectiveness, telling us to wear one, then not. Now put them on even if you're vaccinated. Well, nothing's changed with the science. The virus has been politicized. Please keep politics and pressure from teachers' unions out of your local deliberations and get to the business of effectively teaching our children reading, writing, and arithmetic. School board, you represent our community voice, and at this point, I do see your dilemma. There's strong opinions on both ends of the spectrum, but you don't have to mandate that everyone or no one wears masks. How about choose a solution that gives each citizen, each family, their God-given, inalienable right to choose what works best for their family. It's a great compromise. By approaching the middle ground, you, the school board, doesn't have.
Our next call is from Libby Dunn.
Hey, this is Libby Dunn. I'm running for New Hanover County Commissioner in 2022, specifically to fight for liberty. At the forefront of the attack on liberty currently is forced vaccinations and mask mandates for our children. America is supposed to be the land of the free and the home of the brave, but we are quickly becoming the land of the slave and the home of the afraid. Can we still claim to be free if we have no right to make medical decisions for ourselves and our kids? Can we still claim to be brave if we are allowing fear to dictate our every action? Our children have the right to breathe. They have the right to smile and see each other's smiles. Smiles are contagious, and that is a good thing. Our kids have the right to be happy and the right to be kids. We as adults should be role models for them, teaching them what it means to be brave and what it means to be free. I met a lady tonight who grew up in communist Czechoslovakia. She came out to fight for mass choice for her kid. She was very emotional because she knows what it's like to grow up in a communist state and doesn't want this for her kid. She said in Czechoslovakia, kids belong to the state and have no freedom. She said Americans don't understand what is happening, but those who grew up in communist nations know. She is not alone. There was another lady from Czechoslovakia there tonight saying the same thing. Jonathan Uzcategui from Venezuela also says the same thing. Immigrants from communist China are speaking up around the country. Please listen to their stories before it's too late. Do not be a useful idiot. This is not about health. This is not about science. This is about control. Give parents the right to choose.
Next up, we have Barbara Anderson.
Good evening, school board members and residents of New Hanover County. My name is Barbara Anderson. I'm calling to ask that you all please keep masks in the schools for staff and students. This COVID variant of Delta is 50% more contagious, and we're deciding to send children back to school again and discussing this. Children are getting sick, and some are in ICU units. Until young children can get vaccinated, their lives are in danger, and it is your responsibility to protect them. Your mission as a New Hanover County school board member is to provide children with an opportunity for superior education in a safe and positive learning environment where they're prepared with skills to succeed. A safe learning environment. When you took your oath of office to serve as a New Hanover County school board member, you swore to faithfully discharge your duties of office. You swore to follow the mission and the policies of this school district. Your oath is a promise to do no harm to the students of this county. We all want our children in the schools to learn. That's best practices. That is where all children learn best, but not when they are in quarantine, not when their teachers and other educators are in quarantine. I'm calling on each of you to make the safest decision of all for all the students of New Hanover County. I'm begging each of you to follow your moral compass and keep our students safe. I'm calling on you to require that the CDC guidelines and the North Carolina Safe Schools Toolkit are followed and enforced in our county public schools. All students, staff, district employees, and visitors should be wearing masks when in any school building and maintain social distancing. Everyone should mask up. It is our civic duty to protect everyone. Thank you.
Our next caller is Erin Coogan.
My name is Erin Kogan, and I respectfully request you make masks optional for the 2021-22 school year. There have been 0 scientific studies done on the masking of healthy children. Policies for education should always be weighed against the very real possibility of emotional stress, psychological strain, stunted social development, as well as physiological damage. My oldest child suffers from migraines. Being masked all day in school has increased them. He was exhausted and irritable after a school day with a mask on. I was informed by his teacher that he would put his head down frequently. Between the desk shields and the mask's muffling voices, it made an already challenging subject seem impossible to the point of shutting down. My middle child is picked on and bullied by other kids for needing to pull her mask down below her nose because she was struggling to breathe. My youngest child is going into preschool this year, and I am concerned about her ability to understand and interact with her peers and teachers. She received speech therapy as a toddler, and her speech is still immature. I worry that her being masked could stunt her speech or prevent her from improving, leaving her at an avoidable disadvantage. If parents are equipped with choices, everyone wins. I believe that those who are in favor of masks should be afforded the right to wear them. Likewise, those who oppose masks for any number of reasons shouldn't be forced to use them. A one-size-fits-all approach is never a good idea. Shrimp, for example, has numerous health benefits. It's rich in protein and many vitamins and minerals. However, my son happens to be allergic to shrimp and has to carry an EpiPen. Eating it could cause him to go into anaphylactic shock and possibly die. Masks are a medical device, and mandating them is unlawful. Please cast a vote that allows for bodily autonomy and that puts the medical decisions
back in the hands of the parents, not the politicians. Thank you for your time.
Our next caller is Natasha Longo.
Good evening, Madam Chair, fellow board members, Dr. Faust, and fellow community members. This is Natasha Longo. I'm calling in today for two reasons. First, I ask that you all vote yes for mass choice. As I stated when it was time to move to Plan A, for every 5 pieces of data you have that say that masks are beneficial, you have the exact same amount that say that they are harmful. It is always good to remember that giving the parents the liberty to choose is always the right thing to do. As parents, we are our children's biggest advocate. Secondly, I would like to take the time to do something most have not done. I would like to thank this board for everything it has done in the past 2 years in regards to sexual assault victims. I came to you in April of 2019 and told you the story of my child who was a sexual assault victim and asked for surveys to be conducted. In the following month of that year, she came and asked the same. In the past 2 years, this board has helped us rid ourselves from a negligent superintendent and vice superintendent. You have drafted a Title IX committee, a Title IX director. You have put forth policies that will help to protect our children from sexual assault, and I cannot thank you enough. I do not think that gets said near as much as it should. I want to encourage you to continue to do the good work that you have done in the past 2 years, and know that even though some are impatient and not happy with progress that has been made, this parent survivor and her child survivor thanks you.
Our next caller is Ramsey Toby.
Hi, I'm Ramsey Toby, and I have a first grader at Holly Tree Elementary. Last year was our first year in the public school system, and despite all the challenges that we faced, my child was still able to learn and thrive at Holly Tree. I would like to thank each board member for your continued service to our students. I know that you all want the best for our public schools, and most of all want equity in our schools so that even the most marginalized demographic of students are not left behind in these chaotic times. I know that it has been difficult to make very high-stakes choices for the children of the county, and you don't do it, and you do it to the best of your ability. Excuse me. I feel compelled to leave you a message, and I'm so thankful for your attention. As a parent and active member of our community, I want to implore you to mandate universal masking across all schools in New Hanover County. I am echoing the recommendations from the American Academy of Pediatrics, the foremost experts in child and adolescent health, the CDC, and even our most respected local physicians. I, like many of you, really wanted my child to start school without a mask this year, but the pandemic is far from over. At this juncture, the easiest way to keep our kids in school as much as possible is to universally mask. Several schools in surrounding counties have multiple outbreaks and many children out of school already. We can look at our own example with Eaton and Coddington Elementary and easily see where masking keeps kids in school. The most marginalized student demographics are the ones most likely to be hurt economically by being out of school due to an outbreak. Masking doesn't have to be forever, but it is something that needs to happen now. Thank you.
Next up, Chris Sutton.
My name is Chris Sutton. First thing, I thought it was pretty interesting that the losers of last meeting's vote were allowed to basically use the chair's power to cut the list of speakers short at a designated number instead of accumulating a list of everyone who wants to speak and then allowing the other board members to take a vote on whether to extend the time. It's like y'all lost the vote and have sought a new way to undermine the majority mechanism on the board. Dr. Faust, I still have not heard back from you about what occurred with the most recent hiring of legal counsel. In fact, I haven't heard from you about any of the complaints I brought forward to you since you've started making $250,000 annually off taxpayers. Every call to audience, we get to hear from people about your lack of communication. Your contract has been used numerous times to stifle board members from researching or investigating complaints. You are the person who is supposed to be who the community reaches out to for help when we have a complaint. You are the tip of the spear for our grievance mechanism, and it's like you've used your position to impede, delay, and overall just not deal with our problems. We, the people, have the right to know if we just had to hire another attorney in the 11th hour of a lawsuit because Tharrington Smith cannot fulfill all duties needed due to a conflict. They are contractors, and as such, the questioning prior to hiring should have been discussed in open public discussion and not closed session under the guise that it was protected by attorney-client privilege. We brought this conflict of interest up months ago, and Adams and Beaulieu both violated policy to make sure to weigh in on the situation. Now Crable has chimed in saying she feels there's no conflict. Well, if there's no conflict, then why do we just have to get a last-minute attorney brought in when Tharrington boasts they have tons of attorneys on staff? If Tharrington and Stagner couldn't do some of the work regarding the insurance company, then it's because
Okay, our next caller is Alan Sewell.
Good afternoon. This is Alan Sewell, a longtime teacher and coach at Laney High School, calling in reference to the naming of the field for Larry Toto. I strongly suggest it. You won't find a man of better character. I was informed today that a board member is bringing up something about Coach Toto at Laney High School. I want to clarify what I know about that. As I remember it and was there through the entire process. As I told you at a previous board meeting, Larry Toto was hired as football coach in 1984. Rick Holliday had applied for the job and did not get the job. In the second year, Larry Toto demoted Rick Holliday to JV. Rick Holliday was not happy about that. Rick Holliday got his administrative degree, came back to Laney as assistant principal and athletic director, and fired Larry Toto. There was no wrongdoing. There was no embezzlement. There was no anything. So if this board member is saying that there was, I ask for proof, show proof, other than a disgruntled person coming back in a position of authority and being vindictive in firing someone. Thank you very much.
Our next caller is Elizabeth Smith.
I am a sixth grade student in New Hanover County, and when I'm outside and inside wearing a mask, it hurts my head. And when I'm taking a test or doing schoolwork, I can't concentrate because of the lack of oxygen to my brain. So I feel that parents and students should have the choice to wear a mask or not. My choice is no mask. I am a fourth grade student, and I believe we should not have to wear masks at school because it distracts you and annoys you. And instead of preventing people from getting sick, it makes you get sick from the germs collecting on your mask from your breath. My body, my choice. I choose no mask.
I'm a ninth grade student in New Hanover County, and last year I moved here during COVID-19. Let me tell you that making friends when you're in a new state and having to Zoom and wear a mask is horrible. Not only does it majorly affect your mental and physical health, but it also affects your learning. Let me ask you this. Did you have to wear a mask, Zoom, and go on lockdown when you were in school? Let me answer that for you. No, you didn't. Now, you got to go to school and see your friends and learn without any of these restrictions. And now we're in school, and you're enforcing these on us. It is our choice to choose whether we want to wear masks or not yours. You have every right to take the vaccine and wear a mask, and we have every right to not wear masks and to not take the vaccine. You cannot enforce your choice on us. Our country was built on freedom, so let us have our freedom to choose. Unmask us. Children have rights too.
And our last caller for the evening is Christopher Sturdy.
Hello, my name is Christopher Sturdy. I'm a former high school English teacher who moved here from Minnesota for grad school, but now considered Wilmington home. I listened during the last two sessions as people spoke on critical race theory, being a former teacher myself. I've read some of Kimberly Crenshaw's work, along with Bell Hooks, Derek Bell, and others, and after listening to people share their thoughts, I realized that we do not agree on what CRT is. People seem to be grossly misrepresenting the new social studies standards and CRT by somehow deriving that teachers will be in our classrooms teaching on an odd binary of white student bad, non-white student good, and this is simply not the case. CRT originated from legal studies, and at its most basic definition is thinking about the ways that racism, particularly white supremacy, anti-blackness, and various kinds of racialized inequality is embedded into law and legal practice as well as other institutions. I then wondered a little what we would think if we heard that Germany voted to pass legislation in their schools where they were no longer going to discuss their Holocaust. That wouldn't sit right with me. Much about people wanting to censor actual U.S. history doesn't sit right with me. You can't talk about U.S. history without examining race or other factors of identity because it is built into our primary documents and our personal narratives. If CRT is anything, it strives to be the most honest conversation we may be able to have as a nation. It is undeniable that our history is messy. Back in Minnesota, I taught Lorraine Hainsbury's A Raisin in the Sun, a play about the Younger family, a black family living in Southside Chicago in the 1950s experiencing housing discrimination due to racial covenants. Coupled with this text, my students looked at primary documents from Minnesota itself, racial covenants written in housing deeds from the very county I grew up in, Hennepin County. What I'm getting at is this. Teachers in general aren't here with the new boogeyman to brainwash kids. All the new stands are asking for is an honest look at how messy our history is, and that mess is built into our institutions, is documented plain as day in laws, in transcripts of interviews with politicians, and in letters written between historical figures. I invite our community members to
All right. Thank you very much to all of our call to the audience participants this evening. We appreciate your understanding of the switch for this week, and we thank you for your comments. All right, next item up on the agenda are consensus items. Do I hear a motion to approve the consensus items as listed?
I make the motion, Stephanie Walker.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Is there a second?
Second, Pete Wildebohr.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Any discussion? Ms. Bowie, could you call the roll, please?
Stephanie Adams.
Aye.
Judy Justice.
Aye.
Stephanie Craybill. Ms. Craybill.
Sorry, aye.
Hugh McManus.
Yes.
Stephanie Walker.
Yes.
And Pete Wildebohr.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Consensus items A through J have been approved, 6-0. Moving along with the agenda into old business, policies for second reading. Ms. Craybill, with Mr. Bolyer's absence tonight, I believe that you are going to be taking our policy items and leading
Yes.
those discussions.
Yes, thank you for the introduction. Before we get going into the policies for a second reading, which I see Crystal is putting up there, I'd like to invite Judge Jay Corpening, who just joined our call, to make some comments with regards to policy 5120.
Welcome, Judge Corpening. Thank you for being here.
Thanks. Wish we could be there in person, right? But thrilled to be with you all tonight, even virtually. Can't wait for this to be done, you know. So thanks for the invitation. I had talked to the superintendent about a little bit about 5120 and talked to some others about concerns that have been expressed by some parents. And so I wanted to share just a little bit of the context of the big picture connected to 5120 with you. That might help you as board members understand the real big picture that's a whole lot bigger than your policy. 5120 doesn't, and also let me remind you that I'm here as a guest. I'm not your lawyer. Your lawyer is on the call. I'm just here to add input. If you've got questions, try to answer questions. because I have been connected to school discipline issues and exclusionary practices for a number of years in New Hanover County. So 5120 doesn't live in a vacuum. It has to be read in conjunction with the MOU that you've got with your school resource officers. It's called the School Resource Officer Program MOU, and also read it in the context of our interagency agreement on the handling of school offenses as well. It also has to be read in conjunction with our general statutes governing when children can be questioned by law enforcement, when children can be arrested, taken into custody by law enforcement. So all of that in terms of the juvenile code and our criminal procedure laws have an impact on all this. I also want to point out that it's important to remember that we have made incredible strides in New Hanover County since we began the work on our school justice partnership in 2013 and actually signed our first interagency agreement in 2015. I was actually invited to a statewide school safety summit yesterday in Greensboro to speak about our work in New Hanover County because it is a model across the state for working to keep kids in school and out of court. It has actually become the model for the entire state. It is included in the Raise the Age legislation that passed the General Assembly in 2017. It's trauma-informed work. It's about addressing behavior when and where it happens instead of pushing that behavior out of school and ignoring it by sending it to court, by using suspensions. And we've reduced court referrals since the school year 2013-2014 to the last year before COVID, 2019-20, by 67%. So we're not running kids down to the courthouse. Law enforcement is not running kids down to the courthouse. In fact, more kids than ever are staying in school and not being referred to court. More and more offenses that happen at school are being handled by school officials. In fact, the greater majority of offenses that happen at school are handled by school officials as disciplinary matters instead of handed over to law enforcement prosecution. In fact, court referrals, are so far down that even with the impact of Raise the Age in North Carolina, implemented December 1, 2019, my juvenile court days are still not busy because we're doing such a good job not charging kids, working with kids and their families. And so I felt like it was important to share that good news at the outset of this conversation because good work has been done. I did read the School Resource Officer Program MOU. I'm intimately familiar with the interagency agreement because I continue to do that work. They're solid documents about the relationship between schools and law enforcement. And, Mr. Shive, your lawyer who's advising the board can talk to you more about that if you've got questions. But the purpose of policies like 5120 is not to set out in great detail everything that's in every contract that you have or every MOU that you have or in state statutes. I'll comment specifically about two issues that I heard from some parents on and had a couple of meetings about. One was about interrogation of students by law enforcement, and one was about arrest of students by law enforcement. Those were two of the concerns. So parent notification in case a child is interrogated is required by your law enforcement MOU. That said, law enforcement doesn't have to wait for a parent to question a child. For example, some of you have had 16 and 17-year-olds who are out driving. They pull your 16 or 17-year-old, you don't get a call. There are questions that your child has to answer on the roadside there that don't cross the line of being a custodial interrogation that are regulatory in nature, which may include, have you been drinking, for example? But law enforcement procedures investigating crimes can't be interfered with by school policy. If you've got more specific questions about that, Mr. Shive, I'm sure can weigh in on that. But certainly it is a positive that your MOU mandates that school authorities notify parents that child is being interrogated. There's some myths out in the world about Miranda warnings and police questioning. Police don't have to automatically issue Miranda warnings. They don't even have to issue Miranda warnings if you're arrested. It's only if there's what's called a custodial interrogation that takes place. And that's been the subject of litigation for decades in the United States Supreme Court, in our own state Supreme Court. I actually took a Miranda case to the United States Supreme Court in the late 1990s when I was still in private practice. The definition of custodial interrogation has changed dramatically. It doesn't mean that someone's under arrest, but it means that it would appear to them that they're not free to leave, that restrictions have been placed on their liberty, even though they may not be in handcuffs, maybe, and the words "you're under arrest" haven't been uttered. For juveniles, it's a little different, because for juveniles who are questioned in a school setting, there's been some evolution of that issue, even recently by our Court of Appeals, that more broadly defines what a custodial interrogation is, that then triggers parent notification by law enforcement, because that, for under 16 kids, that questioning, if it's a custodial interrogation, can't take place without parent being there. That can't happen. For 16 and up, it can, but if it's a custodial interrogation, the Miranda rights are triggered. And interestingly enough, when the parent's present, the parent can't waive the Miranda rights for the child. It's the child's right to waive, but the parent has a right to be there if it's under 16. Then, even if law enforcement complies, or there's an allegation that they don't comply with the rules surrounding custodial interrogations that are set by our courts, then if the child goes to court, I have to make the determination that the child's rights were protected and that the statement was totally voluntary. Otherwise, the statement doesn't come into evidence and can't be used against the child. So there are safeguards set in place by our laws at every step connected to those types of interrogations. There was some concern that I heard about there may be some circumstances where law enforcement would ask the schools not to notify parents, for example. And one of the examples that jumps into my mind is where the child's a victim and the parent's offender, right? Then law enforcement would not want to notify the offender that the child's being questioned. And so there may be limited circumstances where that's happening. On the issue of kids being taken into custody, the really good news is that with the advent of Raise the Age, once again effective in December 2019, law enforcement can't arrest or cite or charge an under 18 student without asking permission of juvenile justice. That process is there to protect children. Every case that's referred to juvenile justice is not sent to court. Our court counselor's office divert about 51% of all cases referred to their office into evidence-based services for kids instead of sending them to court. So that's I think really good news. But then the rest of the good news is that even if they're asking for what's called secure custody, for a kid to be taken into custody and taken to detention, then they have to ask the court counselor, the juvenile probation officer, to contact me to ask my permission. And we have used an evidence-based detention tool to evaluate whether the child needs to be in secure custody or not for years. And we shifted that tool just a few years ago, but we have used an evidence-based detention tool for years to evaluate that necessity. But it requires multiple decision points before that can happen. Pre-Raise the Age, our 16 and 17-year-olds could just be taken to the magistrate or given a citation, given a criminal summons, but that can't happen anymore for our under 18s. There's more good news on the horizon connected to that. I've been working on some legislation this legislative session on raising what we're calling raising the floor, raising the minimum age for juvenile court. The minimum age for juvenile jurisdiction in North Carolina right now is 6 years old. That's the lowest minimum age in the world, not just in the country, but the lowest minimum age in the world. Representative Davis has been working really closely with Billy Laster, who's the Deputy Secretary of Public Safety in charge of juvenile justice, and I and our Juvenile Jurisdiction Advisory Committee to try to shepherd this bill through the House. It passed the Senate unanimously to raise the minimum age to 10. We are hoping to get a floor vote in a couple of weeks. There's some, as always in the General Assembly, there's some last minute compromises that are underway, but I think they're generally positive and will protect the large number of kids. So that means that for our under 10 kids, probably unless they commit some of our most serious felonies in North Carolina, they're not going to intersect our juvenile justice system, which means they're not going to be interrogated by law enforcement about crimes. They might be questioned as a witness, but they're not going to be either interrogated or run downtown. I will share with you that as we get back to, I hesitate to use the word normal, but as we get back to normal with kids in school on a full-time basis, our progress monitoring team that exists as a result of our interagency agreement will get back to work collecting data, looking at trends, trying to make sure that the interagency agreement is working like it's supposed to work and that kids are being protected and that behavior is being dealt with in the moment instead of delayed, because the goal of all of us is for student behavior to change for the better, that learning happen when there's some form of discipline that's required. Because when that happens and behavior changes for the better, schools are safer. And that's why I was in Greensboro yesterday, because it does work to make schools safer when we change behavior for the better instead of the worse. So happy to answer any questions that members of the board have, but that's sort of the bigger picture of 5120 and everything's behind it and a couple of hot button issues that I heard from parents, but I'll be happy to answer any questions. But Madam Chair, I'll defer obviously to you on that issue.
Thank you very much, Judge Corpening, and thank you for that information and so much clarification. And that's fantastic that you're fighting to raise the age again. We really appreciate the work that you do on behalf of children across our state, especially here in New Hanover County. Is there anyone on the board that has follow-up questions or additional clarification needed from Judge Corpening? All right.
It's always good news, right?
Well,
Appreciate it, Judge.
Yes, and again, thank you, Judge Corpening, for coming and clarifying. And if I could just ask you to hang on the line just in case, we're getting ready to talk about the policies. So if you could just hang on for just a minute, for just in case, that would be awesome. Okay, so that takes us to, let me get, I have a hard time. Oh, there it is. Thank you for putting that back up. So policies for a second reading, we have all of these on there. Is there any that anybody wants to pull out and talk about more in depth, or are we ready to go ahead and make a motion to approve them together?
I'll make a
I got
motion.
a question, Stephanie.
Stephanie Walker, yeah, go
Were
ahead.
we asking for questions? Yeah,
No, I was
those are the
asking,
two
are
I
there
were
any
gonna.
that we want to pull out so that we can vote on the rest and pull out only the ones that we want to talk about separately? Do you have one that you'd like to do that with?
Well, I know the last time that we met, last time we met, we were discussing pulling the 5120 and 5070 to discuss, but we haven't had, the last meeting was what, 2 weeks ago? We haven't had a policy meeting yet either. So I know you had, spoken to me about a couple of them that you had wished hadn't, I guess, come up yet, and that you would like to have discussion over. So I would like to pull that one, 5070. And I had no idea we would have a judge here to ask questions to. So I admit that I'm kind of taken back that I don't have questions ready, even though I think I would have some if I had known. I probably would have had better questions. So I hope that the judges, I guess, prepared to get questions from us, if that's okay, because I just didn't know we would be able to do that. It was a good presentation, but I'm still not sure whether we should pull that or not. I feel like I don't know if parents will have more questions either. So I don't know. Definitely 5070 then at least. I don't know how anybody else feels about 5120. I don't know if it's necessary now, but I don't know.
Sorry. This is Judy Justice. I am feeling the same way Stephanie Walker is about 5120. I really do appreciate Judge Corpening being here. Parents, I would like to go ahead and have the policy in front of the policy committee and have those questions that you have not had a chance yet to ask done before, and people can watch the policy committee between now and our next meeting, and it's only a couple weeks away. Go ahead and have those questions asked that you were previously going to do that. Just to make sure we follow the process that we thought we were going to be having. Because I said, I love Judge Corpening being here, but I know parents still want to look at this closer. And after you have your policy committee meeting, then they will possibly, some of them will be getting back to us so that we could discuss it further during what we thought was going to be the situation.
I would like to remind us all that at the last meeting, we did say that we would return it back to policy, and asked at that time for any one of you to give feedback on what we should even be talking about at policy. I did talk with a couple people, but did not talk with all. And I received no feedback directly from anybody in the public about specific comments that they had, other than they were concerned about the interrogation. And so that's why Judge Corpening was invited to clarify that, because that was what the predominant question that I had been asked, and that Nelson had been asked. Pete, do you have any other things anybody have weighed in with you as part of our policy committee also?
That was the only thing that I had heard was, people concerned that especially their young child, their 10-year-old might be questioned without them knowing. And,
Right.
Judge Corpening, I think, answered that very clearly today.
So that was what was my hope, that hearing those comments about the arrests and the interrogation portion, because we had already approved the MOU, and the MOU was referenced in our policy. And so I think this is just, my personal opinion. I think some people got a little just concerned with the wording that we took out, and not really realizing what we actually put back in, as far as with the reference to the MOU that we had already approved. So I was hoping that we would be able to vote on that now, but if that is not, so that's why I'm asking, do we want to pull it out, and do we want to vote to pull that out? Or do we just pull it out and take it back to policy, which should be, it hasn't been posted yet, but normally it would be, August the 10th. So we would have to do that. And then we would put that again back in for second reading. Colin, Mr. Shive, would you weigh in on the procedure for doing that, please?
Yeah, I think maybe the cleanest way would be, is there currently a motion pending to approve the policies for second reading?
No one. Actually, I sort of did, but I didn't really make the motion.
I was going to make the motion to approve the policies as presented for all of the policies for second reading.
If that motion is made and seconded, then anyone who objects to that could then make a motion to amend to remove whichever policies that they don't want to be passed at this time.
Okay, so can I get a motion to accept all of the policies on for second reading?
I make a motion to approve all policies for second reading as presented.
I would like to make a motion to amend that to pull out 5070 and 5120, please.
I need a second first, and then you can go back and do that. Yeah. Is there a second to a motion as is?
Can I make a second, or I'll make a second.
Okay. And then now within the discussion, Ms. Walker, you can.
Thank you.
Well, I would like to, is this discussion time or amendment time?
You can make a motion to amend, Ms. Walker, if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. I would like to make a motion to amend, just pulling out 5070 and 5120. I was thought that the last meeting that we were going to discuss those at the next policy meeting, which it kind of is after the fact. So, and our meetings have been a little bit strange lately. So with timing, so I thought we would have a chance to do that. I didn't know there would be someone here to discuss these questions, and I'd rather
Well, I second that. I
Oh,
guess
that's
we're
it.
having a discussion before it's second, but I second this discussion.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yes, second the amendment.
Well,
Are there any questions that anybody wants to add in additionally to Judge Corpening why we have him here? I'm sure some of these points have been on your mind since the first time you saw it.
Well, we're having a discussion right now from what the amendment we just did, and I want to follow through with the fact, and you just mentioned Judge Corpening, he might have caused parents that haven't yet contacted us because they thought they were going to be doing it during the policy committee. Maybe he alleviated some of their concerns, or maybe he expanded them some. So, this has been a very useful experience having him here talking about this particular policy. So, this is why, one of the reasons I'd like to go ahead. I mean, what is the harm waiting a week and then 2 weeks when we have our interim meeting to doing this? Because we said we were going to do it originally.
All right, so there is a motion and a second to amend the motion to approve, and the motion to amend is to pull 5070 and 5120. Ms. Bowie, can you call the roll on that for the amendment? Ms. Bowie?
Yes, Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
All right, amendment passes 6-0. So now the alternate motion, the motion would now be to approve the policies as presented with the exception of 5070 and 5120. Is there a second?
I think I did
that.
second that, yeah.
Okay, Ms. Justice, I think seconded it. Any discussion? All right, call the roll.
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Policies presented with the exception of 5070 and 5120, which will go back to the policy committee, have been approved. Ms. Craybill, anything else for this item?
Nope. I do have those policies written down to put on the agenda for the upcoming meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you again, Judge Corpening, for being with us here this evening. We appreciate it. All right, next item on our agenda under old business is the school plan for the management of student behavior. Ms. Farnham. Ms. Barnum, are you coming to the microphone or are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I headed this way and didn't have my glasses.
That's fine.
So, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Faust, and senior staff, our school teams began the work yesterday in Behavior Leadership Foundations to establish a framework for taking an instructional approach to behavior, using data to reflect on current policies and practices, and to develop standard protocols for teaching and responding to behavior through a social, emotional, and equity lens. Around 65 staff members on 9 school teams attended. They focused on their mission statement, visioning their marketing plan and teaching plan, and then establishing their guidelines for success. As of to date, there's no updated data to report, as we don't have discipline data at this time, but we'll be sharing again quarterly a review of data and progress. Next, our teams will be building their plans through the STOIC model. The STOIC model stands for Structure for Success, Teaching Expectations, Observing and Monitoring, Interacting Positively, and then Correcting Fluently. The next steps are to apply the STOIC model to classroom areas and classrooms. At that time, they will be continuing professional development in the next week or so, and then throughout the fall semester. And we will be reporting back on approximately a quarterly basis to provide data.
Fantastic. Thank you for that update. Do any board members have any questions or comments?
Ms. Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
Stephanie Walker. I do have a couple of questions. I like that we are doing this. I think this is going to be a great thing. I believe I remember Julie saying that or Ms. Barnum saying that we really want to, our goal is to end suspensions in elementary schools. I think that was a goal of our strategic plan that we currently are on. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be one for the next one that we're getting ready to approve. I didn't know whether there would be any, I know that it's kind of it's a new timeline, so we're not really sure where we're going to be with data yet, but I was hoping maybe we could even entertain perhaps in the future, once we get to a point where training is done and the data looks good, that maybe we could test run some schools about ending suspensions, and just to see how they go and see how the data goes for that. I don't know if that's something that we could discuss through EDI or whether it's something we could discuss, as board members to you. But I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by a test run, but I'm certainly interested in providing, or the plan is to come back and provide data on a quarterly basis that would include discipline data, including suspensions.
Okay, yeah. Well, I guess, sorry to clarify, I know our goal is to end suspensions, and I know there's a big community outreach for that, and I know that is something that we want to do as a board, and that the district wants to do, and we want to do it properly and in the right way with the systems in place. But to be specific, I was thinking we could do maybe once the program kind of gets going, we could do maybe a moratorium with a school or two to see how it works with suspensions. I didn't know what your vision was for this program. You mentioned quarterly updates, quarterly meaning throughout the school year coming up, the 21-22 school year, or when do you think that you feel like the program will show any kind of, success? Is that a good word for that?
Mm-hmm. We certainly anticipate progress right away. The school teams are, being that they've had one day of training of their professional development, they will be continuing. I would expect we can provide quarterly data throughout the school year, meaning every 9 weeks. Approximately, and provide that information to you, to the board. And I can also answer that one of the guiding principles that our teams are covering in this training is to use suspension, just like our policy now says, using suspension as a last resort, and utilizing all of the interventions and all of the resources in the building before doing so. And so I think it's going to have definitely a positive impact on increasing instructional time and keeping students in the classroom, not just in the school, but in the classroom. And so I'm not sure that I think Dr. Faust wants to answer another part of that.
So a couple of things. I don't believe that we're ready to do any type of protocol where we're not suspending. That was a question, I think, for the schools to, pilot. We're not there yet. We've got to train to make sure that they are. And what I would also welcome is that any board member who would love to come to the training to be a part of that training, so that you will get a more in-depth understanding of what our schools are doing. So I definitely would love for you to come and take part in all of the training, so that you're able to converse with individuals, speak with teachers, and actually even go to schools and see it in practice. Because that's the only way that we can actually have an effective model, is that everyone is partaking.
Thank you for that. I don't know, I would love to get notifications when y'all are doing the training. That would probably be helpful for board members to schedule any kind of visits to see it. It definitely would be helpful, because we are as board members and elected people, we are definitely between our constituents that really would love to hear updates. And I know that would be an extra way for us to communicate as well with them. I guess I wasn't expecting it to happen right away. I know work has to be done, and I don't want y'all to think I was expecting it to happen soon, but I guess I figure that once the quarterly updates, as they go on, if you expect to see progress, that perhaps we can move towards our ultimate goal, which I believe I heard her say, Ms. Farnham say, to end suspensions in elementaries, schools. It is definitely a topic that our board members are involved with discussing all the time. And I know that there's things that we could probably do to help you guys if we can. I was in a meeting last week with Ms. Farnham when we were discussing this, and I know there are components of community components and parent components to that we could probably help with. So please, yeah, I would say keep us informed, and we would love to probably come to some of these training sessions to see it in action. So thank you for letting us know that.
Thank you, and I will make sure to provide those dates to Ms. Bowie so she can help you guys schedule that.
Thank you, Ms. Farnham.
Thank you, Ms. Farnham.
All right, good questions, Ms. Walker. Anything else from anyone else on the board? Questions or comments? All right, well, thank you very much, Ms. Farnham, for the information. We look forward to the quarterly updates, and thank you, Dr. Faust, for sharing that opportunity for board members as well. All right, next item on the agenda is the discussion around policy 2310, public participation at board meetings. And Ms. Walker, being that you brought this up, I will send it to you to kick off the conversation.
Thank you so much. I know that we had a discussion recently, or at least I think a press release went out regarding, I'm not sure if it's a new policy addition or procedure to our call to audience. I just was hoping that I could, I guess I could start with the motion before we have discussion. I wanted to make a motion to bring that to policy, the next policy committee meetings, for board members to be able to discuss and maybe make additions and or suggestions as far as the release of that last announcement. I don't think it does. The policy does state that the board is allowed to do additions or changes for procedure, but we as a board haven't had a chance to vote on it or have a discussion over it. So I would like to go and just make that motion that we could send it, the discussion for the update on policy 2310, specifically part B, to the next policy committee meeting for, additions or suggestions from the board, so we can all get a chance to weigh in on it and perhaps even vote if there is a change to the policy.
So speaking on behalf of the policy committee, Mr. Shive, would you let us know, do we need to make a motion, or can I just say that I'm going to put it on the agenda? I already have it on my list for the next policy committee, since we're already gathering it. So I put that on as soon as Ms. Walker made the motion. So not made the motion, made the suggestion. So do we need to make this a motion, or can I just say that I'm going to do it?
I don't think we need to vote to refer it to policy committee. I think you only need to vote to make a change to policy.
Okay, so
just for clarification, Ms. Crable, I was just going to answer to what Mr. Shive was saying. We've made some kind of procedural change. I believe we announced that. So I don't know if that was specifically a policy change that we didn't vote to do, or whether that's why I made the motion to do it. But if we don't have to make a motion to do it, I'm questioning whether we've changed this policy or not yet without a board vote.
Tell me what
I'm not aware of that, but I don't.
Go ahead.
I think, just to clarify, Ms. Walker, are you talking about the call to the audience, like information that went out this week or last week, I should say? So that the rules of decorum and the expectations for call to the audience, that was something that board members had asked for to be more clear on. And so there was nothing, it was just talking about the call to the audience. It was just some guidelines.
Yeah, I'm kind of, help me out. Either say it out loud or say it out loud and send me a note, because I'm not quite certain I know what you want us to bring up.
Okay. well, real quick before Ms. Justice Johnson, we got a copy of the press release or whatever it was that was sent out to the public, and to me it wasn't very clear. And I don't think we voted. If it's a policy change, I'm not sure, because I know our policy addresses time, and not necessarily amount of callers or an amount of people that get to participate in call to audience. And I know we're trying to make it more streamlined, but I personally didn't feel like the public, whatever declaration that was sent out was clear. And I didn't know if it was a policy change, because it really does, because the policy itself talks about time. We have an hour. And I know that I know we've all done the math on how many we think, can go within an hour, but I feel like that it could have been a little bit clearer. And I didn't feel like we as a board had the chance to weigh in on it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Can I
Ms.
continue?
Justice, I didn't know if you want to go.
Yeah, well, Ms. Adams just said that they added some things to clarify on the quorum, and some other changes, and that it was okay in her expectations or belief that they could do that without discussing it with us. And basically, to me, though, it seems like if you're adding things, you're changing policy, and you need to have it looked at by the policy committee and then brought to the whole board. Because people have different concepts of what the quorum, et cetera, are. Now, if there's somewhere in our policies that says that the chairperson and whoever decided to do this can do that on their own, I would like to see that. But I thought that when we started adding things to policy or taking things away, we were supposed to do this in the proper process of bringing it to the policy committee, having it up in discussion, bringing it back to us, and then we discuss, et cetera.
Mr. Shive, do you feel that the things that were listed for call to the audience were considered a policy change?
I don't think that anything that was in the call of the audience public announcement was outside of your policy or violated your policy or was in contradiction of your policy. But if the majority of the board wants to amend your policy to make it clearer or to address some of particulars, then you certainly can do that.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes. So what I'm hearing is that we didn't like the fact that we were not going to get a chance to waive this policy and allow more than 30 people to talk, which 30 and just let me say my point, and then so our policy says we can speak for an hour, any number of people. And, but it also says if we have more than 10 people sign up, they only get 2 minutes. So 2 into 60 is 30. So that's not a change of policy at all. We have been over the past couple meetings saying that we're going to waive our policy to allow for longer time. So am I and I'm seeing a head shake. So tell me how I'm misinterpreting.
I just think that the policy doesn't say anything about the amount of speakers. It speaks to the amount of time. And I think that if we're going to start, first of all, limiting people that can speak, that goes against our policy. And it's not just that, it's the wording of what came out. Because some people were confused with the wording, whether it's 25 online speakers, does that mean you get to speak, do the recording, or is it people that signed up signed up online? Or there was a lot of confusion with the wording, and I actually sent it to you guys and I got no response. So I really just felt like it's something we could clean up or clear up or make better. And if we are limiting to 30 people, then we should say that in policy. That's what I'm saying.
So,
because it covers time.
Yeah, I agree with you on, it was a little bit confusing the way we worded 25 online speakers and 5 in-person speakers. That was definitely, that could have been worded differently, but I think still gotten to the same point. But so, all right, so if I'm hearing correctly, then we want this policy to go back to the policy committee and and you all are going to give us feedback so that we know what we're talking about. Is that correct?
Well, I know I already have, but I will be happy to speak to you more
about
it.
I have your feedback. I have yours. I understand. And then you're always welcome to join in or listen, to the policy committee meeting, so that we make sure that it's clarified, that I bring it forward, or Pete brings it forward, in the appropriate manner. So I have that on the list to add.
If Last thing I'll just say is, again, if it's a change in policy, we need to change the policy. If it's not, then that's different. But I feel like if we're covering time instead of people, we need to make that decision and put it in policy. But that's all I'm gonna say.
All right, so time versus people is your biggest concern.
Well, it's not just my biggest concern, but the policy states one thing, and we've just, in essence, changed that with limiting to a certain number. So you just have to decide.
Well, okay, all right, I got that.
Our present policy has been an hour, is that correct?
Yes.
And so what we have done, I voted the last meeting, and I think it was Pete and I, it was Pete and I, to extend it and allow additional speakers. A, we've been running into many late nights, but maybe that's B. A is that the more people that speak, unfortunately, the more difficulty we've had with the audience. And so I, for one, feel like we need to stick with the hour until we feel like we can extend it where necessary, because the behavior is unacceptable. We need to recapture control. And I'm sorry, but that's the bottom line. And we can talk all around it. We can talk over and under it. But we've got to regain control and respect, because if we talk to the audience like they talk to us, and we said to each other, and we cursed, and we slammed our desk, and we stood up and walked around, unacceptable. So we must recapture our control. I'm sorry, that's as simple as it is. And so I say we stay with the hour. That's my end. I've tried not to say a word tonight, but listen, but I can't stand it. Sorry. No, I'm not sorry.
Hugh, we're not disagreeing with that. We're all experiencing that.
Well,
We're
I think that's
talking
the
about
thrust, though, of what this is about, is to maintain decorum. And
we're just trying to put the word into the or talk about whether we should put these words into the policy.
Well, if I understood,
clarify
the attorney just said it was not really a policy change. It was just more of a structure.
Right, we're trying to get it clearer, because the wording on this that came out was, there is some questions. I agree with you totally. We definitely need to limit it. We're just trying to decide how we do it in such a way that it's cleaner. Does that make sense?
Well, it sticks to policy. And it's clear exactly what you just said.
Yes,
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with Hugh McManus.
Yes, Ms. Graybill.
So what I would like to offer, if anyone is interested, is I did look at Brunswick County's policy and talk with their board, and their board will provide an open forum as part of the board's regular meeting schedule, during which 20 minutes will be set aside, and usually as the first item of business on the agenda. So when I read that, I talked with Ms. Stagner, and it was my understanding from her, and maybe Colin can weigh in, is that the state statute just says that we have to allow time. There is no time required by the state statutes. We as a board get to choose that. So I wanted to get that clarification as we bring this back to policy. So is that correct, Mr. Shive?
Yeah, the statute doesn't require a set number of minutes. I've seen different amount of time from different boards. A lot of boards have 30 minutes. Some have an hour. It varies.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so for that conversation, thank you, Ms. Craybill and Mr. Wildeboer, for bringing it back to policy. To board members that would like to weigh in on that, please make sure you are sharing your comments and thoughts with Ms. Craybill.
Or Nelson, right. Or Pete, or Nelson.
Or Nelson, yes, thank you. Or Mr. Bullier, yes. All right, next item on the agenda, we are moving on into new business. And the first item on this agenda is masking protocols for 2021-2022 school year. I would just like to start by saying, this board has been inundated. I would say we've probably received 700 to 800 emails within the past week around masking. This is an extremely divisive conversation. People feel incredibly passionate on every side. And it's not an easy decision for anyone on this board. And I will say, I wouldn't wish, and I've said this before with some of the conversations that have been related to COVID situations. I would not wish this job on anyone having to make these decisions and choices. I will say this, as a parent of a soon-to-be fourth grader, I really wanted the year to be starting without masks. I really wanted to be through the pandemic. I wanted to believe that we were going to be back to normal. And unfortunately, we're not. And that is just the reality of the situation. What I do know is that we all want our kids in school. That message came loud and clear last year. A lot of the parents that are asking for no masks are the same parents that wanted kids in school last year. Why? Because we know having our children in front of a teacher in a classroom, that is where they learn best. And that's where we want them to be. So for me, it's a very simple decision. With quarantine rules based on the toolkit, if a COVID case happens in a classroom, if the children are masked, there is no quarantine requirement for the children to be exposed, which keeps kids in the classroom, with the exception of the COVID case. Without masks, kids may be home. And with a packet, possibly on a laptop, possibly on an iPad, and we know my job as a board member is to make sure that our children are getting the best possible education. That to me is being in a classroom in front of a teacher. And so I would like to make the motion that we require masks K-12 to start the year, with the expectation that as a board, we continue to reevaluate, look at our numbers, look at what's going on in our schools. But that is the recommendation that I would like to bring forward, and I would like to ask for a second.
I'll second it. Stephanie Walker.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Now I'd like to open it up. I know all the board members have thoughts about masks, and I'd like to give you an opportunity to share some of your thoughts with the audience, because we know that this is a conversation that is going to generate a lot of discussion in our community. So who would like to start?
I'll start, McManus.
Mr. McManus?
Thank you. We're either going to be proactive or we're going to be reactive. And I think we've experienced the reactive, and we'd like to be proactive. I was actually leaning toward choice until about a week ago. It seems the progression has become worse. I noticed Wake County Schools has already passed tonight that they will mandate their mask. And we can do what we want to do. But I think proactively, we institute the mask. And if we made a mistake, which the data, not personal opinion, but the absolute data, if that indicates that we overreacted, so be it. If it's an inconvenience for a short while, then I'll apologize. But I think we need to do that and let the data drive the rest. And as you said, we monitor it. And then if the data proves that it's not necessary, then we can retract it. But I think we need the inconvenience for the safety of our staff, in addition to our students as well.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Anyone else?
If I could jump in.
Yes, Mr. Wildebohr.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Wildebohr. I definitely am not a big proponent of the masking. I had very similar thoughts to what Mr. McManus just said. I had very, very strong feelings to, give the parents choice. I think that's, as a parent of 3 children that all went through New Hanover County, I think it's very important that, that we do have the parents and we listen to the parents. As you said, we had probably 700, 800 emails, and, there wasn't a clear-cut decision one way or the other. And when it comes down to it, and we can say, well, we opted to go and lean towards student safety. And as you just said, instead of having half a class that has to go home, you may have one child that goes home and hopefully recovers quickly. So, I'm all about having students in the classroom learning. So I think that's the clear choice at this time. And I do like the idea of readdressing it very quickly and seeing if there is, if it kind of blows by and we can say, 2 or 3 weeks into the school year, we don't need him anymore, or we give the option, that might be the way to go then. But that's my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Wildeboer. Anyone else? Yes, Ms.
please,
Walker.
Ms. Adams, Stephanie Walker.
Yep.
I agree with a lot of things that everyone has said here. Not to mention that, we have a lot of, we have the American Academy of Pediatrics that are recommending it. We have so many people recommending that we go with a toolkit as well. We have recommendations from our staff and from our superintendent as well, because we want to keep kids in school. We want to raise those literacy rates. We want to, keep us all safe, keep all the kids safe. And that's really what I lead with as well, because I feel like, we don't have a remote option right now, especially in the elementary schools. And I think that it's going to be really hard to justify, quarantining a whole classroom. It is not going to be a good thing. And I just feel like with all these things that have come out lately, especially with this variant that is a lot stronger, a lot more virulent, and has caused some breakthrough infections, I would just, for me, would be to err on the side of caution. And I would also agree that we should revisit this when our numbers perhaps are hopefully better and, vaccinations become more available to the younger kids. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Ms. Justice or Ms. Craybill?
I would like to just reiterate that I was for choice on masks until just recently. And I am not an expert in the field by any stretch. And I was hoping that we would have some stats from our county health department that showed the drastic acceleration of cases in our county, the rapid spread, and that perhaps we would hear that there were several floors on the hospital that were hospitalizations. Now, we don't know, what the ages are or any of that kind of stuff, but that's all that I would want to say, that as we review each month, that I would hope that we would be able to use some data from our county to show what our transmission rate is.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Justice?
Everything that everybody has said, I agree with. I know that there are difficulties with communication in developmental stages, but you know what? The kids will be in school, and it's better they be in school and go through this at this point and be able to keep the schools open than to have to go backwards. The health department isn't here, but I've been keeping very close tabs on what's going on. The first, I think it was June, it was 2 or 3 new cases a day. We were going down. It was looking really good. And then this Delta variant just went across the country like wildfire. Yesterday, we had 105 new cases. It hasn't been like that since last winter when things were hitting like crazy. And this is just in, 2 months. In fact, it's actually only been in a month. We got to put safety first. I'm hearing a lot about choice, but part of the Constitution, the preamble, an old social studies teacher, it says you have your rights, but right next to it says you also have your responsibilities. And we all need to be responsible for each other. We as board members have to be responsible for the safety of our kids. So that is what I am basing my belief on. And I certainly don't want anybody sick. In some cases, for those people that aren't vaccinated, and I guess not bringing that topic up is necessarily a good thing or bad thing, but those who aren't vaccinated for various reasons, if they get this Delta variant, they could end up in that hospital and very easily die. And that's not good. And the Delta variant also is hitting children in ways that the original one wasn't. So we really need to me, and I think most people that I know, need to err on the side of safety for all of our community, especially our kids and the people that work with them. So that's what I have to say about that.
Thank you, Ms. Justice. I appreciate all the board members sharing their thoughts. I would like to call on Ms. Barnum if she could take a few minutes and share some of the data also that we've had some conversations around. I've been following it very closely myself. But just if you could share some of the data, because I know you've been working very closely with the health department on all of these. So you could share some of that, please.
Absolutely. So I've got data up on the screen, and I also want to talk through a couple of points. Current public health guidance provided to school districts. So after months of decline, North Carolina and the New Hanover County area is experiencing a rapid increase in COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations, especially among those who are unvaccinated. Recently, the Centers for Disease Control issued an updated guidance for schools, and in that it included points such as students benefit from in-person learning and safely returning to in-person instruction in the fall of 2021 is a priority. Additionally, vaccination is currently the leading public health prevention strategy to end the COVID-19 pandemic. Many schools serve children under the age of 12 who are not currently eligible for vaccination. Therefore, the guidance emphasizes implementing layered prevention strategies, using multiple prevention strategies together consistently. Our local health officials are monitoring our community transmission, vaccination coverage, screening, testing, and occurrence of outbreaks to help guide the decisions on those layered prevention strategies. With the rapidly accelerating viral transmission and the increased contagiousness of the Delta variant, the CDC on July 27th provided an even more updated guidance to include recommendations for universal indoor masking. The health department in New Hanover County advises we follow these quote-unquote shoulds from the toolkit based on community data. One other piece of information that was shared was knowing that there are breakthroughs. So we are also seeing positive cases among individuals who have been vaccinated. And as expected, because there's never in history, and this is update from Health Department, never in history of vaccines has there been a 100% guarantee, but they're urging vaccination for all who are eligible because it gives a level of immunity that you wouldn't have otherwise, and chances are the illness will be much less severe. So providing this information on the screen, we have a total number of cases and the percentage of those cases since March of 2020 that fall in the ages of 0 to 10 and then the ages of 11 to 17. As we move on down on the screen on the visual, these are the July 2021 breakdown of cases by age. And then we see our vaccinations as of July, or in July 2021. I will also share that the health department provided that only 32% of 12 to 7-year-olds in New Hanover County are fully vaccinated. That's only 32%. Overall positive cases more than tripled in a 2-week time frame, from just over 100 new positives 2 weeks ago to 383 positives last week. And the last full week of positivity, the positivity rate of the last full week is 6.4%.
Thank you, Ms. Farnham. So we have the data. We've had our conversations. I would like to just add an additional point to this. UNCW has mandated indoor masking. CFCC has mandated indoor masking. We have students in our high schools that attend both of those locations. And so I believe that we are consistent with what our area is doing. And on that note, unless there's any further discussion, I would like to take a roll call vote.
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Motion passes for K-12 masking to start the school year with an anticipation that we will be reviewing data and paying attention to it closely as we go, with the hope that we will be able to drop masks when it is safe, and we can keep our kids within the classroom for the instructional time. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda. Thank you very much, Ms. Farnham, for that presentation as well. Next item on the agenda, policies for first reading. Ms. Craybill, this one is coming back to you.
Okay, so these are the policies for first reading. There's a bunch of them. We're into the 6,000 series now, so we're about 3/4 of the way through. This requires no action. This is basically just learning what's on there, unless there are any that anybody would specifically like to talk about and or send back to policy.
So these will be on the agenda for the next 30 days. If anyone has any edits, questions, will these will be at the policy committee?
No, these are already
went through, sorry.
policy. These will be on for second reading at the September meeting.
So if there's any comments, questions, concerns, please refer them to Mr. Bollier before presentation for policies for second reading. Right? Thank you, Ms. Craybill. All right, next item on the agenda as we move into our information items, the Laney High School football field. This conversation was started at the last meeting when the oh, yes, Ms. Justice?
I'm sorry. Yeah, is it possible for us to take a short break?
Oh, sure, absolutely. Let's take a 5-minute break and we can come back at 8:38. Does that sound good? All right, thank you. Until I know. Maggie, we can come back from break, please. All right. Welcome back. Moving along, next item on the agenda is for information, and it is the Laney High School football field. Last month, a few weeks ago, this conversation started in regards to the renaming of Laney Stadium, and I'm going to throw this to Mr. Wildeboer for his comments first, because this was an item that he wanted to bring forward. So, Mr. Wildeboer, would you like to speak to this?
Sure, absolutely. As I mentioned last month, I think that we looked at what the people wanted. I think I don't have the number in front of me, but I think it was about 52% had mentioned Coach Toto's name, and we did go ahead and name the stadium after the Buccaneer Stadium. But then I don't think I was actually the one that brought up the thought of the football field. I think that might have been Miss Justice, but
I apologize, Miss Justice.
but that's fine. But I think several of us know Coach Toto very well and think the world of him. So I think it's just a really good idea. And I know at this point this is just on here so that we can give the 60 days. And we can hear from people once again to see if that's what they truly want.
All right, thank you. Ms. Justice, I apologize. I got that mixed up. Why don't you share your thoughts, please?
Well, he did a really good job of saying what I probably would have said. Not only that, it has been brought up about our policy and the name and the way it's structured. The policy also says we can vote on anything we want. It could be named after, ultimately. And we could discuss that a lot, but I think at this point, it's sort of obvious. Oh, there you go. What do you know? They just popped that right back up. At this point, I really do believe that the public has had their say, but we can keep on going. I mean, more responses is fine, but we can't, the policy says we can't name it after a person. And if there are any concerns, we'll hear them in the next 60 days. From the people on staff here who are experts at looking into things that a name might cause a problem with. Something that in the past, we really hadn't had the luxury of having because there's a lot of things we weren't aware of. Times have changed. So, and yes, I did work at Laney while Coach Toto was there. He was well respected. Not just that, he's loved. I don't see any reason why we can't, why we shouldn't, it's up to the public, go ahead and start the process and do what we're doing now.
All right. Anyone else like to make any comments regarding this?
Yes, Stephanie Craybill.
Yes, Ms. Craybill.
Well, I would just like to call our attention to the policy where it says that we would have to be, if we are going to name it after a person or something other than a geographic term, then we would have to waive our policy to do that. So I just wanted to go on record that I don't think this is something we should be waiving our policy on. And I would like to say out loud that I am sincerely concerned about things that we might find. So no surprises. So I am not in favor of naming grass at all, really, and I'm not in favor of naming grass after a person.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill. Mr. McManus or Ms. Walker, either of you like to weigh in?
I'd like to just say quickly that if the last time the policy was updated, they would have explicitly said you could not name after a person. Unfortunately, it was not specific, even though it does say, or with words or terms that have meaning to a given school, leaves it open to interpretation. And also, I'm not sure, it does say at the bottom, they reserve the right to change the name. And then it says something about except except for when they have to honor contractual obligations. So to me, that sounds like maybe if a donor came, decided they want to donate, and they'd name it after that person. I'm just saying there's a reason why it was left a little more vague, and I think that's for us as board members to just make the decision, and that's what we're here to do. So that's all I'll say.
Mr. McManus? Any comments?
I feel like I'd be a hypocrite if we didn't vote to name it after him the first opportunity we had, and then we turn around and did it for something less.
Thank you, sir. I would like to reiterate Ms. Crable's comments. You know, I think there's a reason this board has stepped away from naming things after people. It's nothing personal about Coach Toto. I don't know him. I just don't think that we should be waiving our policy to put names on anything anymore. And so regardless of what comes out of this, I will be voting against it. Most likely because I can't support putting names on facilities in New Hanover County schools. That's just how I feel. So, all right. So this will start the 60-day process of public input.
No, I'd like to make a motion that we not start the 60-day policy because we not start that because it is against our policy.
All right, there is a motion to not start the 60-day policy. I will second that motion, Ms. Craybill. Is there any other discussion? All right.
I guess just procedurally, I'm just not entirely clear. I don't know what we're stopping from happening. The way I read the policy is that no sooner than 60 days from now, a board member or two board members could request to be put back on the agenda for action. But there's no requirement. I guess there's nothing else that's about to happen now. It's just that you have to wait 60 days until something could happen.
So but based on our policy, we are expected, do we need to survey? Do we just need to let the public weigh in, send emails? What is the expectation during this time frame? Because
there's no requirement. Yeah, sorry, there's no requirement in the policy to survey. It only says that you have to allow sufficient time for public input and comment, 60 days. So, if there was a motion to not survey, then perhaps you make that motion, but otherwise there's no action that's about to occur.
Okay, so then I will withdraw my.
All right, I need to change the wording of my motion then, because the way we did it last time was as soon as we made the motion to rename Laney Stadium, then we went into this 60-day comment period and we issued a survey. So I just want to be clear on what this discussion is actually doing. So Colin, please help.
Yes, the discussion is not doing anything other than starting the timeline from which action could be taken on it at a later date and time. So during this next 60 days, the public can email, the public can, for whatever means, share their thoughts on naming the field. And then once that 60 days is over, then the board could take action under the policy.
I would like to make a motion then. I
I
motion that we. Oh, well, okay, which motion did you, because there was a couple and then they disappeared and they can't, what's your
Ms.
motion?
Adams withdrew her second.
Ms. Adams withdrew her second, so my motion is still on the table to not consider naming the grass at Laney High School. To leave it as is. We don't have to name everything. And my motion is not to name the stadium grass after anyone or anything.
Mr. Shive, is that an appropriate motion for this discussion?
I don't know that it's really necessary to take a vote to not do something. I'm not trying to make this overly complicated, but I think that if the board members that are opposed to naming the field, I think you could just wait, and if it's brought back up after 60 days, then you could vote against it at that time.
Okay, I'll withdraw.
Yeah.
Now, I would like to make a motion. I motion that we have a survey like we did with the stadium, because that seemed to get an awful lot of good responses as far as feedback goes. So I move that we create the same type of survey, in this case for the football field at Laney Buccaneer Stadium.
Is the survey, this is clarifying, is the survey to specifically for a person, or if the community wants to name the field?
The community wants to name the field, not specifically for a person, the same way we did with it originally, because there was a variety of responses.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll
Pete Wildeboer.
Pete.
All right, Mr. Wildeboer, any other discussion?
Yes, so our policy doesn't say that we are obligated to name anything at all. We really didn't even have to rename Laney Stadium. We could have left a name off. So my point is, and our policy does not say that we have to survey or that we have to use what the community wants. This is a school, you know, not the people who live wherever they live in our county to say, hey, I want to make you name this school field, and it's not just a football field, it's a soccer field and a lacrosse field. So yes, I'm just concerned that we're wasting too much time on an issue that has nothing to do with student academic success.
Fair point.
No, that can be debated about athletics and how much it does contribute to student success. But at this point, I'd like to call for the vote.
Do you have
All right. Ms. Bowie, can you call the roll, please?
Miss Adams,
No.
Miss Justice, Miss Justice,
Oh, yes.
Miss Craybill,
No.
Mr. McManus,
No.
Miss Walker,
Yes.
and Mr. Wildeboer.
Yes.
Okay, motion is a 3-3, which in this situation, the motion would fail, so there will be no survey for this item. Okay, it will come forward 60 days from now, and we will address it then. Thank you very much. All right, next item under information is the school volunteer program, and I believe we are welcoming Mr. Smith to the microphone. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Faust, viewers at home. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a brief update on the volunteer program. And as the BOE Center gets it pulled up there, I see it. Last week, the Communication and Outreach Division did take leadership of this program back over from Human Resources, who had helmed it up until this point. And so the bottom line here is that we do anticipate and expect a full return of our volunteers into our schools as we reopen this fall. I was able to communicate that to some principals and staff and some training this afternoon. They're excited about it, and rightfully so. So next slide, please. We'll just roll through some of the requirements. And so again, you can read, we're looking at universal masking with volunteers, that they receive the training, the orientation, and the background checks, level 2 background checks. And I've got a slide that differentiates and describes the difference between level 1 and level 2. Those training and orientation events take place twice a year. The training happens at the beginning of the fall semester and again at the beginning of the spring semester. And as we take over the program from HR, we are in the process of looking at existing policies, training procedures, et cetera, and updating those. But I want to reiterate before we get into it that the updates that I'm referring to are really just to be in compliance with updated policy numbers, and formatting. The content there is appropriate and accurate for us to restart the volunteer program and get them back into our schools. So next slide, please. There are a lot of stakeholders in the community, obviously, that want to engage and participate, partner in education. Some may look at themselves as volunteers, some as mentors, some as partners. For the sake of opening the program back up, though, and this conversation, those do fall under the volunteer program that, again, we are now helming. So next slide. The annual training and orientation handbook, you can read it there, but these are some of the topics that will be covered at the orientation training. Our volunteer coordinators are starting to be identified by principals at all 45 schools. And then my office will work with those volunteer coordinators to ensure that they have the training material they need to train the volunteers and get them back into the schools. And again, these are some of those policies, and these are all currently accurate. Those updates that we are making, again, are really just policy numbers at this point. Okay, next slide. So when we say level 1, level 2, I think you all know, but for the public and folks watching, a level 1 volunteer is essentially folks that have that are going to be in the classroom supervised with NHCS employees or educators. Level 2 volunteers are those that may find themselves with students alone. So human resources, while we are helming the overall volunteer program, level 2 background checks are going to be maintained in human resources, and we're working with them. So level 2 background check, and it's been the case since 2013, $20 background check. HR runs that individual who's applying through the Background Investigation Bureau for a background check, and then there's an additional program called Guardian, where it's continuously updated to ensure that nothing has hit that system. If they come back approved, then they go into the volunteer pipeline. If they come back disapproved, that again is an HR matter to sort. Okay, next slide. Oops, I'm sorry. If we could go back one slide, please. All right. So again, background checks. It's a $20 background check, as I mentioned. It's been that case since 2013. HR manages the background check process. And again, Guardian is part of BIB, or the Background Investigative Bureau, which consistently updates the roster of level 2 volunteers to ensure nothing in the system has changed, and that they can continue to operate in the schools. Okay, next slide. Okay, and as I mentioned, the updates as we were a week into taking over the leadership of this program. So we're looking at the training orientation, the handbooks, the websites, identifying those coordinators in the school, working with the principals, and then ensuring that we're going to create a consistent training and resource opportunity across the schools for the volunteer program as we get it off the ground this year. So those are the highlights, and with that, I'd love to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that presentation.
Yes, thank you, Josh, for recognizing my hand. In a slide or two back where you talked about partnerships and scholarships for folks that might have a hardship in meeting the $20, you kind of skimmed over that and didn't say anything. So I just wanted you to kind of talk about that just a little bit more, because I don't want anybody to not feel like they can volunteer.
Absolutely, and neither do we. And so I know that previously there had been some programs or funds or scholarships that were discussed. We'd love to take a look at where the progress is on those and not dissuade anyone from volunteering. I know that there have been PTA, or I've been told that PTA funds, for example, and I know that's not applicable across the board, have been used to supplement that $20. I think as we get the program off the ground and we look for opportunities for scholarships or funds, or all hands on deck, I think is the name of the program. I'd love to pursue that, and I think it's absolutely appropriate because folks, volunteers, they want to be in the kids in their children's school. I think in almost every case that I just described, a level 2 is appropriate. That does incur a cost, and so absolutely, I'd love ways to look at appropriate ways to alleviate that where necessary.
I also wanted a follow-up question. Oh, sorry, Ms. Justice, go ahead.
Well, could you keep us updated about your research into trying to, and I hope I'm on, into your research into finding the funding source? And that would be great, because it's needed in some schools that don't have the resources the other ones need.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. And I think that just to reiterate, as we're looking at the necessary updates to the training manuals, the policies, et cetera, that is an August priority for my division, and I can go ahead and advertise the September deliverable. So I'll provide an update as requested next month on that, and then also an update on where we are looking at ways to supplement that as we take it over and wrap our arms around all of those opportunities.
Thank you.
And so follow-up question, Josh, to the volunteering. PTA parents, PTO parents, parent support organizations, whatever they call themselves, at their schools, and just community business volunteers, they're all treated the same. Is that correct? As far as this goes?
That's correct. Yeah. Yes, that's correct. So we really want to, it's about the safety of our students and ensuring those checks and appropriate balances are in the system. So an organization can't be approved. We're looking at individuals, running individuals. And again, I have to defer to HR in that regard, but we're looking at individuals, screening individuals. So folks in the PTA or a partner, we've got partners in the community. Those individuals would need to be, in this case, level 2 screened and then admitted. So yes, it'd be the same, under the purview of the same program.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ms. Adams?
Okay.
I have a question for Mr. Smith. It's a simple question, but just can you tell everybody that's listening out there how they can actually sign up to be a volunteer? I know it wasn't covered in the slides, but some people might not know. People maybe that aren't parents.
To the most wonderful time of the year. It's back to school time. We've already welcomed some of our schools back for our year-round students and our restart students, and we are now getting ready for the rest of our students to come back in about 3 weeks. So as our teachers and administrators and staff all get back into the buildings, I'm just wishing you all the best as you set up your classrooms. And I know that 2021-22 is going to be a phenomenal year for all of our kids and everyone in our New Hanover County Schools community. So thank you very much and good luck. All right, next item, committee reports. No one reached out to provide a committee report this evening, so I believe we can move through that item. Next item on the agenda is correspondence. Is there any correspondence that anyone would like to share? No? All right. If none, we will keep moving. Call to the audience. We had no additional call to the audience this evening, which takes us to announcements. And I just pull up, the following board-related meetings will be held during the month of August. The Policy Committee will meet on Tuesday, August 10th at 9 a.m. The Board of Education will hold an interim board meeting on Tuesday, August 17th at 5 p.m. And next item on the agenda was the addition of the closed session. And you know what? Let me pull that up on mine. I'd like to ask for a motion to go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11 A1, 3, and 6 to consider personnel matters and to maintain the confidentiality of personnel records under North Carolina General Statutes 115C-319 and -321. Prevent the disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, 20 U.S.C. 1232G. To consult with the board's attorney to preserve attorney-client privilege information, including in the case caption, John Doe v. New Hanover County Board of Education, et al., New Hanover County Superior Court case number 19-CPS-2745. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Is there a second?
Mr. Wildebohr, second.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Any discussion? Ms. Bowie, if you could please call the roll.
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Billiard? I'm sorry, Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Motion passes. We are in closed session. Thank you all very much. home and still watching. I hear a motion.
No moves.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Is there a second?
Second, Wildebohr.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Any discussion?
Yeah, why doesn't Pete show his face all night long?
No. Stop.
Dang it,
I
it's
saw
time
it
to go.
earlier once.
I'm just too pretty.
Miss Bowie, could you please call the roll?
Oh, he had a hair transplant. I know that's what he did.
Miss Adams.
Crazy.
Aye.
Miss Justice.
Aye.
Miss Craybill.
Yes.
Mr. McManus.
He just left. Oh my Lord. He just left.
You still got a quorum. Wait on it.
Okay.
He
Okay.
left.
And Miss Walker.
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr.
Yes.
Thanks
All
for
right.
not leaving, Pete.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you
still
very
here.
much.
There
Are
he is.
adjourned.
I just got cut off.
Everyone have a
Yeah,
nice
right.
evening, and we will talk soon. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, good night.
Good night.